Chapter 3289. The improved version of the Qi recovery pill was sold at such a high price because of its low quantity. However, once it could be mass-produced, the price would definitely drop, but it wouldn't be difficult to sell it for 100,000. The key was the cost. In terms of ingredients, it would cost about 17,000 Xianbei coins per furnace, and the finished product would be 3 to 4 pills. In theory, the cost of one pill would be around 5,000, but considering that only Ling Han could achieve a 100% success rate in pill formation, the cost would definitely rise. According to the 50% success rate, the cost of the ingredients would be 10,000, and the labor would be another 10,000, so the net profit would be 80,000. Ling Han would get 40,000 for half of it. The key was that Ling Han didn't need to move a finger, and he could earn 40,000 for every pill he sold. Naturally, it would be great. Moreover, there was the improved version of the Mystic Power pill and the Pulse Exploring pill. Although the price of each pill was lower, the demand was greater, and he believed that the profit would not be small. This was just the beginning, and he could improve more pill recipes in the future. Alright, the problem of money was not to be considered for now. The problem now was spending money. He was looking for the remaining 7 main ingredients to concoct the soul separation pill. He already had an idea. As expected of the imperial capital, as long as you had money, there was nothing you couldn't buy. After another 3 days, Xianyuan Dinghua came to find him, and he could set off. Ling Han asked Lian Shuerong to take care of Summon Snow on his behalf, and he set off alone. After some thought, he did not bring that little lecherous pig with him. Though bringing this little lecherous pig would increase his safety factor, it would also increase the factor of instability at the same time. Forget it, it would be better to let it continue to harm the female students and take advantage of them. Ling Han and Xianyuan Dinghua first arrived at the entrance of the academy to meet up with the others. Not long after, a tall and sturdy young man appeared, looking about 24 or 25 years old. "Come, let me introduce you." Xianyuan Dinghua said, "This is the 7th grandson of the Vajra general, Qin Xingho." Ling Han nodded and said, "Brother Qin." No wonder his physique was so shocking. As the descendant of the Vajra general, he must be an expert in body refinement. Qin Xingho didn't have any dissatisfaction. Although Ling Han didn't have much status, his potential was too great. He was known as the second Hong Butian, and his future was limitless, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. He also nodded at Ling Han, and did not say anything else. Ling Han knew that Xianyuan Dinghua must have paid a certain price for him to be able to squeeze his way into the cave. Otherwise, who would dare bring so many people? He looked at Xianyuan Dinghua, and Xianyuan Dinghua smiled at him. There was no need for words. "Stop flirting in front of me, you two. If you want to be gay, hurry up and get a room." Qin Xingho laughed. "That mouth of yours." Xianyuan Dinghua shook his head. Logically speaking, Qin Xingho and Xianyuan Dinghua were from different generations, but they didn't seem to care about seniority. Not long after, another person arrived. However, this time, it was a charming woman. Xianyuan Dinghua immediately whispered into Ling Han's ear, "This is Eclipse Moon's granddaughter, Yin Xiujing." Ling Han nodded inwardly. Eclipse Moon was the only female of the 4 marshals, and she had the fewest offspring. After all, she couldn't just give birth for no reason. However, although she only had one son, this son had countless wives and concubines, giving her many grandchildren. This Yin Xiujing was one of the most outstanding. Try not to talk to her. This Poison Rose's favorite thing to do is to seduce people until they're speechless, and then stomp them into the ground, Xianyuan Dinghua added. What, are you saying bad things about me?" Yin Xiujing walked over, twisting her slender waist. Her figure was extremely hot, and she was small in all the right places. Her waist was so small that it could only be grasped with one hand. However, she also had a plump butt that was like a honey peach, twisting and turning in a flirtatious manner. Xianyuan Dinghua and Qin Xingho purposely turned their faces away. This was called out of sight, out of mind. Only Ling Han maintained a calm smile, and didn't even avert his gaze. Yin Xiujing's beautiful eyes lit up. Xianyuan Dinghua and Qin Xingho could be considered her old friends. They already knew of her personality, so she couldn't play around with them. She was just feeling bored, and now there was a newcomer. Now, she didn't have to worry about the long journey, and how hard it would be to pass the time. "Oh, so this is Ling Han?" she said with a smile, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. There was a seductive charm to it. A natural foxy charm. Faced with this kind of charm, 9 out of 10 men would definitely not be able to control themselves. However, Ling Han was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Some were as cold as frost, some were as passionate as fire, and some were as cold as frost on the surface, but when they were aroused, they would be as passionate as fire. How could he lose his composure in front of Yin Xiujing? Senior apprentice Sister Yin. He smiled. "Oh, why are you acting like an outsider?" "Call me big sister," Yin Xiujing said coquettishly, her voice full of temptation. Xianyuan Dinghua and Qin Xingho looked at each other, thinking that this female vixen was going to cause trouble again. However, they didn't want to attract trouble, so naturally, they didn't have the slightest intention of interrupting. In any case, Yin Xiujing had a sense of propriety. At most, she would make people burn and unable to vent, but she wouldn't kill or cripple them. Ling Han only smiled. What a joke. He was an old monster who had lived for more than an epoch in the Yuan world. How could he call a 20-year-old girl his big sister? Even if the flow of time was different, it was still impossible. The more Ling Han resisted, the more interested Yin Xiujing became. This was because after she conquered Ling Han, she would feel more accomplished. He, looks like I'm the last one." Another young man appeared. He was carrying a thick bundle on his back. Tang Yu, you didn't manage to borrow a spatial artifact?" Qin Xingho asked. Xianyuan Dinghua leaned over and introduced to Ling Han, "That's the Tianqian Marshal's 21st grandson." Tang Yu shook her head. "Don't say it. My old man won't lend me the spatial artifact. How can I steal it?" Ling Han looked around. Xianyuan Dinghua, Qin Xingho, and Yin Xiujing didn't bring any luggage. Based on this, they should have borrowed a spatial artifact. Otherwise, even with their status, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such a treasure. With this comparison, he could see how lucky he was. "All right, let's go," Xianyuan Dinghua said. Xianyuan Dinghua said, also helping Ling Han out of the predicament, because Yin Xiujing was about to use all her weapons. 5 people set off. 4 of them were descendants of the 4 marshals. The others didn't even have the qualifications to be their companions. They attached great importance to this operation. They didn't even bring along their trusted aides, because they didn't want to share any of their gains. Also, it was a matter of strength. If they weren't strong enough, they would only be a burden. After all, there were millions of purple wasps in the cavern. How could they compete in numbers? From this, it could be seen that Xianyuan Dinghua had paid a hefty price to bring Ling Han along. He had sacrificed some of his own benefits. Ling Han nodded. Xianyuan Dinghua was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was worth befriending. Chapter 3290. Among Ling Han's group, there were 4 people of high status. Even though they were only one of the descendants of the 4 great marshals, they could easily get their hands on a small spaceship. Spaceships were fundamentally different from the spaceships of technological civilizations. They were powered by formations and consumed jade seeds, unlike spaceships that used various scientific principles. Without a doubt, spaceships were more suitable for this environment because the magnetic fields around the world were very chaotic. It was easy for the instruments of spaceships to malfunction and cause an air crash. However, even in the imperial capital, there were only a few spaceships, and they were strictly controlled. If Xianyuan Dinghua and the others didn't have enough influence, it would be impossible to borrow a spaceship. This spaceship wasn't big. It was the same model as the one Ling Han used to come to the imperial capital. However, there were only 5 of them, so they didn't have to worry about not having enough rooms. The cave was quite far from the imperial capital. Even though they had a spaceship traversing the vast lakes and mountains, it still took them 7 days to reach the cave. On the way, they used their photon computers to watch the images taken by the drones, so they had a general understanding of the place. Ling Han had already gone on this kind of adventure countless times. Very soon, he had formed a complete picture of the cave in his mind. He believed that even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to walk from the beginning to the end, and would definitely not run into a wall. What he had lost was merely power. The spaceship stopped, and they disembarked. The spaceship would wait for them there. They would have to walk the rest of the way by themselves. The spaceship wouldn't fly there. On the way, Yin Xiujing teased Ling Han in every possible way. She would even enter his room at night and put on a seductive pose, but Ling Han was always polite and courteous. He didn't lose his composure in the slightest, which made Yin Xiujing extremely depressed. If they continued, she would really have to take off her clothes. How could that be possible? She only liked to play, but she didn't have the intention to sacrifice her body or her body. She seriously suspected that Ling Han's sexual orientation was abnormal. Otherwise, why would he be so cold to her? After making up her mind, her sense of failure was greatly reduced. The 5 of them walked through the mountain. There was no path here because there were no signs of human habitation. There were only trees and weeds, and the rocks were craggy. If they didn't have blood transformation strength, just this last step would have been enough to stop them from returning. The biggest problem for them was the speed of their journey. It took them half a day to travel 100 miles before they finally arrived at their destination. A gloomy cave appeared in front of them. "Is everyone ready?" Qin Xingho asked solemnly. "Yes." The other 4 nodded. Each of them had a bottle of oil in their hands, which was specially used to deal with the purple wasps. After rubbing it on their bodies, humans would not feel anything, but the purple wasps hated this kind of smell the most. It would make them smell it from afar and fly away early. Go. After they closed the hole, they entered the cave. Because they had already seen the scenery, the 5 of them were very familiar with the situation inside. Even though it quickly turned pitch black, none of them panicked. As expected, the oil was very effective. They didn't encounter a single purple wasp along the way, as if there were no such beasts here. But they didn't dare to be careless. If they turned on the light function of their optical computer, the purple wasps would go crazy and attack them. They were getting closer and closer to the place where the honey was stored. To the purple wasps, that was their food. Birds died for food, and the purple wasps would definitely fight them to the death. The first layer of the cave wasn't big, and they quickly reached the end. The 5 of them put on their night vision goggles and saw that there were many round plates on the wall in front of them. The round plates were covered with a sticky, shiny liquid that looked like it would drip down at any moment. "Get ready," Xianyuan Dinghua said in a low voice. 1, 2, 3. The 5 of them jumped out at the same time, picking up the round plates one by one. Buzz! There were still purple wasps among the round plates. They flew out in alarm and immediately attacked the 5 of them. But the 5 of them acted decisively and killed the wasps without making a sound. In just 3 or 4 minutes, they had picked all the round plates clean. These were all honey. In the meantime, more wasps returned, but they were all killed. "Let's go, we're not far from the beehive explosion." The 5 of them hurriedly turned back, each carrying 20 to 30 round plates. Their speed was astonishing. 10 minutes later, they had run out of the cave. The 5 of them looked at each other, pleasantly surprised. This trip had gone surprisingly smoothly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A disturbing sound came from the cave. "Not good, the beehive has been alerted. Let's go." The 5 of them hurriedly ran back. In just a few steps, they saw a yellow and purple cloud fly out of the cave. In an instant, it covered the sky and circled around the mountain. That was the purple wasps. Because there were so many of them, they had all turned into a cloud. Fortunately, these wasps didn't discover Ling Han's group. After circling around the mountain for a while, they could only helplessly return. When night fell, they returned to the spaceship. According to Xianyuan Dinggua's group of 4, they planned to return here. Even if they still had some of that specially refined oil, how could these wasps not be on guard after being raided? Beasts were intelligent, especially those at the blood transformation realm. Their intelligence was definitely not low. Therefore, it was enough to harvest once. Don't be greedy. I want to go back again, Ling Han said. Ling Han, don't think we can go a second or a third time just because our first time went so smoothly, Tang Yu said seriously. She only said this because of Xianyuan Dinggua. Otherwise, she wouldn't care if you lived or died. Ling Han smiled. My goal isn't the honey, but the vermilion fruit on the 3rd level of the cave. Right, you're only at the first transformation. You need this precious fruit that can increase your qi. Qin Xingho nodded. I still think it's too dangerous. Tang Yu shook her head. No worries, I'll be careful. Ling Han smiled. I'm fully prepared for this. Let's meet again in the capital. He insisted, and the 4 of them couldn't do anything about it. They decided to wait for him for 5 days. After 5 days, they would start the spaceship and return to the capital. Ling Han agreed, and left by himself. Xianyuan Dinggua and the others didn't share the honey with him. That was understandable. If they gave it to him, and he died in the beehive, wouldn't that be a great waste? This kind of physique training treasure was too precious. Money couldn't buy it. It was no wonder the 4 of them were so stingy. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He didn't plan on taking advantage of them in the first place. He didn't do anything, so why should he get a share? He could just go and get it himself. Little brother Han, you have to come back safely. I haven't gotten it yet, Yin Xiujing said sweetly on the spaceship after Ling Han took a few steps. Ling Han almost tripped and fell. Fuck, this woman was really too unreserved. Chapter 3292. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The queen bee's body trembled slightly, and 4 sharp stingers shot out from its body towards Ling Han. So fast. Ling Han hurriedly used the shuttle steps to dodge, and instantly burst out at twice the speed of sound, dodging the 4 stingers. He did not even try to see if he could block the attack of an ultimate bone-level warrior. Without hesitation, he took out a weapon-nurturing leaf and threw it at the queen bee. Buzz, the leaf glowed and turned into a large halberd, beginning its attack. At the same time, the swarm of demonic bees, which had been silent all this while, also began to attack. They charged towards Ling Han, and the sheer number of them made him panic. Fuck, I'm bleeding a lot today. Ling Han threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, wanting to carve out a path of blood. He snatched the honey first. Although most of the bees were blocked by the weapon-nurturing leaf, even a few that slipped through were enough to give him a headache. Pain, pain, pain. He clenched his teeth. His body was not strong enough against the attack of a blood transformation level, and he instantly felt a needle-like pain. Ignoring it, he snatched a lot of honey. After taking about a third of it, he hid in the spirit-nurturing gourd. He looked at his body and clenched his teeth. His clothes were full of holes, naturally caused by the stingers of the demonic bees. When he tore off his clothes, his body was also full of needle-like holes, leaving countless black spots. The stingers of the demonic bees were poisonous. Ling Han immediately felt dizzy. He had already taken 100 transformation pill before this, or he would not have lasted this long. He would have fainted long ago. He took out another 100 transformation pill, and at the same time used the Monkey King's technique to force out the poison. This time, he was seriously injured. There was a large amount of bee poison left in his body, and it could even threaten his life. But luckily, he had the 100 transformation pill, and he had healed himself in time, so there should be no problem. Huh. He suddenly realized that there was another force coming out of his body, and it was fighting with the bee poison. The two forces clashed, and both were destroyed bit by bit. Ling Han suddenly realized that it was the poison of the soul-separating pill. Using poison to fight poison, the poison of the soul-separating pill was being destroyed. This was a pleasant surprise. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Presumably, the person who concocted the soul-separating pill also didn't expect that after being poisoned by such a strong poison, he would still seek death and let the demonic bees bite him. He simply suppressed his mystic power and let the soul-separating pill's poison act as the vanguard to fight against the bee poison. He only protected his body to prevent the bee poison from spreading. In the eyes of the poison of the soul-separating pill, this was its territory. Now that there was a new poison, it did not care whether it was harmful or beneficial to Ling Han. In any case, Ling Han was invading its territory. Naturally, it treated it as an antidote and would fight back in full force. It had to be said that the poison of the soul-parting pill was very strong. It quickly dissolved the bee venom in his body while only a little bit of it was worn away. That's all. Ling Han smacked his lips. Let's do it again. He took out the essence-nourishing gourd and tried to snatch the honey again. However, the two seal soldier leaves had already used up their energy. When he appeared, no matter if it was the queen bee or the other demon bees, their target was him. Ling Han did not hesitate to throw out another seal soldier leaf. Then, he protected his eyes, nose, and ears as he frantically snatched again. Pain, pain, pain. He wanted to cry out as he was stabbed countless times by the stinger. This time, after snatching a third of the honey, Ling Han entered the essence-nourishing gourd. He continued to use the poison of the soul-parting pill to fight against the bee venom. After spending 2 hours, the bee venom was finally completely dissolved, and the poison of the soul-parting pill was slightly dissolved. If this continued, there would be no need to concoct the antidote. Again. Ling Han came out of the gourd. This time, he rushed towards the vermilion fruit tree. He was attacked crazily, but Ling Han completely ignored it. He just plucked the fruits. After all, there were only a dozen or so it was a piece of cake. Pluck. He entered the essence-nourishing gourd again and felt that the gourd was also attacked. From the hole above his head, he could see that the scenery was constantly changing, but there was no collision when he was in it. It was enough to show how amazing this spatial artifact was. The nurturing of heaven and earth was naturally even more amazing. These demon bees might have guessed that he was hiding in the gourd, or they might have just been venting their anger, so they began to attack the gourd. Ling Han could not help but worry. Could the gourd withstand it? Fortunately, the gourd showed no signs of breaking. From this point of view, it could withstand much more than Ling Han. After a long time, the swarm of bees stopped pestering the gourd and began to move. The queen bee moved away. The honey bee moved away. They were afraid of Ling Han. Although the vermilion fruit could not be moved away, there was no fruit left. At least they would not be able to think about it for many years. Ling Han could not help but feel depressed. He had not completely dissolved the poison of the soul-parting pill. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? He sat down and once again guided the two poisons to fight against each other. However, he immediately found that the soul-parting pill seemed to have analyzed the composition of the bee venom. At first, both sides were annihilated, but in the end, it was actually fusing with the bee venom to strengthen itself. Ling Han gritted his teeth and hurriedly swallowed the 100 transformation pill. Then, he used his own secret power to attack the bee venom and quickly dissolved the bee venom. Even so, the soul-parting pill poison was still a tenth stronger. Thankfully, he had stopped it in time. Otherwise, it was very possible that the soul-parting pill would return to its original peak strength. In fact, after fusing with the bee venom, its toxicity would mutate, and then it would be even more difficult to dissolve. He came out from the gourd. This place had already become incredibly quiet. Aside from some corpses of bees, there was nothing else. Ling Han walked over to the side of the vermilion fruit tree. He wanted to see if he could move the tree away. Although he could not hope to eat any more fruits for the time being, the Empress and the others still needed a large amount of treasured fruits to come out. When Ling Han was observing the vermilion fruit tree, he actually discovered that there were formation patterns on the mountain wall behind this tree. Could it be that there was an ancient ruin behind this tree? Ling Han was instantly moved. If he could obtain some ancient treasures, to say nothing of anything else, he only had to discover a medicinal garden, and he would have made a huge profit. This formation pattern was very complicated. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Ling Han to decipher it, but the problem was that too much time had passed, and more than 90% of the formation pattern had already been worn away, causing its might to no longer recover. Ancient formation patterns really are awesome. Even if they're broken, they can still display their might. Ling Han sighed emotionally. He began to deduce how he could break this formation pattern and open up a corner that would allow him to enter. Ling Han tried all sorts of methods, but he discovered that this formation pattern did not suppress him at all. It was as if he was a small shrimp, and the formation pattern was a net for a big fish. It was not targeted at him at all. This was easy to deal with. Because the formation pattern was broken, he could use some violent methods to forcefully break it down without worrying about any backlash. Just like that, after a day, he finally completely destroyed this corner of the formation pattern. In fact, he had a feeling that this formation pattern itself was also being worn away. Because of the two forces working together, the speed at which it collapsed increased. Kikik, how many years has it been? Grandpa Shu has finally escaped. A voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 3293. Shio. The queen bee's body trembled slightly, and 4 sharp stingers shot out from its body towards Ling Han. So fast. Ling Han hurriedly used the shuttle steps to dodge, and instantly burst out at twice the speed of sound, dodging the 4 stingers. He did not even try to see if he could block the attack of an ultimate bone-level warrior. Without hesitation, he took out a weapon-nurturing leaf and threw it at the queen bee. Buzz, the leaf glowed and turned into a large halberd, beginning its attack. At the same time, the swarm of demonic bees, which had been silent all this while, also began to attack. They charged towards Ling Han, and the sheer number of them made him panic. Fuck, I'm bleeding a lot today. Ling Han threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, wanting to carve out a path of blood. He snatched the honey first. Although most of the bees were blocked by the weapon-nurturing leaf, even a few that slipped through were enough to give him a headache. Pain. He clenched his teeth. His body was not strong enough against the attack of a blood transformation level, and he instantly felt a needle-like pain. Ignoring it, he snatched a lot of honey. After taking about a third of it, he hid in the spirit-nurturing gourd. He looked at his body and clenched his teeth. His clothes were full of holes, naturally caused by the stingers of the demonic bees. When he tore off his clothes, his body was also full of needle-like holes, leaving countless black spots. The stingers of the demonic bees were poisonous. Ling Han immediately felt dizzy. This was because he had already taken 100 transformations pill beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on until now, and would have long since passed out. He took out another 100 transformation pill, and at the same time, used the Monkey King's technique to force out the poison. This time, he was seriously injured. There was a large amount of bee venom left in his body, and it could even threaten his life. But luckily, he had the 100 transformation pill, and he had healed himself in time, so there should be no problem. He suddenly realized that there was another force coming out of his body, and it was fighting with the bee venom. The two forces clashed, and both were destroyed bit by bit. Ling Han suddenly realized that it was the poison of the soul-separating pill. Using poison to fight poison, the poison of the soul-separating pill was being destroyed. This was a pleasant surprise. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Presumably, the person who concocted the soul-separating pill also didn't expect that after being poisoned by such a strong poison, he would still seek death and let the demonic bees bite him. He simply suppressed his mystic power and let the soul-separating pill's poison act as the vanguard to fight against the bee poison. He only protected his body to prevent the bee poison from spreading. In the eyes of the poison of the soul-separating pill, this was its territory. Now that there was a new poison, it did not care whether it was harmful or beneficial to Ling Han. In any case, Ling Han was invading its territory. Naturally, it treated it as an antidote and would fight back in full force. It had to be said that the poison of the soul-parting pill was very strong. It quickly dissolved the bee venom in his body while only a little bit of it was worn away. That's all. Ling Han smacked his lips. Let's do it again. He took out the essence-nourishing gourd and tried to snatch the honey again. However, the two seal soldier leaves had already used up their energy. When he appeared, no matter if it was the queen bee or the other demon bees, their target was him. Ling Han did not hesitate to throw out another seal soldier leaf. Then, he protected his eyes, nose, and ears as he frantically snatched again. Pain, pain, pain. He wanted to cry out as he was stabbed countless times by the stinger. This time, after snatching a third of the honey, Ling Han entered the essence-nourishing gourd. He continued to use the poison of the soul-parting pill to fight against the bee venom. After spending 2 hours, the bee venom was finally completely dissolved, and the poison of the soul-parting pill was slightly dissolved. If this continued, there was no need to concoct the antidote. Again. Ling Han came out of the gourd. This time, he rushed towards the vermilion fruit tree. He was attacked crazily, but Ling Han ignored it completely. He just plucked the fruits. After all, there were only a dozen or so it was a piece of cake. Pluck. He entered the essence-nourishing gourd again and felt that the gourd was also attacked. From the hole above his head, he could see that the scenery was constantly changing, but there was no collision when he was in it. It was enough to show how amazing this spatial artifact was. The nurturing of heaven and earth was naturally even more amazing. These demon bees might have guessed that he was hiding in the gourd, or they might have just been venting their anger, so they began to attack the gourd. Ling Han could not help but worry. Could the gourd withstand it? Fortunately, the gourd showed no signs of breaking. From this point, it could withstand it much better than Ling Han. After a long time, the swarm of bees stopped pestering the gourd and began to move. The queen bee moved away. The honey bee moved away. They were afraid of Ling Han. Although the vermilion fruit could not be moved away, there was no fruit left. At least they would not be able to think about it for many years. Ling Han could not help but feel depressed. He had not completely dissolved the poison of the soul-parting pill. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? He sat down and once again guided the two poisons to fight against each other. However, he immediately found that the soul-parting pill seemed to have analyzed the composition of the bee venom. At first, both sides were annihilated, but in the end, it was actually fusing with the bee venom to strengthen itself. Ling Han gritted his teeth and hurriedly swallowed the 100 transformation pill. Then, he used his own secret power to snipe the bee venom and quickly dissolved it. Even so, the soul-parting pill poison was still a tenth stronger. Thankfully, he had stopped it in time. Otherwise, it was very possible that the soul-parting pill would return to its original peak strength. In fact, after fusing with the bee venom, its toxicity would mutate, and then it would be even more difficult to dissolve it. He came out of the gourd. This place had already become incredibly quiet. Aside from some corpses of bees, there was nothing else. Ling Han walked over to the side of the vermilion fruit tree. He wanted to see if he could move the tree away. Although he could not count on eating any more fruits for the time being, the Empress and the others still needed a large amount of treasured fruits to come out. When Ling Han was observing the vermilion fruit tree, he actually discovered that there were formation patterns on the mountain wall behind this tree. Hiss, could it be that there was an ancient ruin behind this tree? Ling Han was instantly moved. If he could obtain some ancient treasures, to say nothing of anything else, he only had to discover a medicinal garden, and he would have made a huge profit. This formation pattern was very complicated. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Ling Han to decipher it, but the problem was that too much time had passed, and more than 90% of the formation pattern had already been worn away, causing its might to no longer recover. Ancient formation patterns really are awesome. Even if they're broken, they can still display their might, Ling Han sighed. He began to deduce how he could break this formation pattern and open up a corner that would allow him to enter. Ling Han tried all sorts of methods, but he discovered that this formation pattern did not seem to suppress him at all. It was as if he was a small shrimp, and the formation pattern was like a net that had been laid out for a big fish. It was not targeted at him at all. This was easy to deal with. Because the formation pattern was broken, he could use some violent methods to forcefully break it down without worrying about any backlash. Just like that, a day later, he finally completely destroyed this corner of the formation pattern. In fact, he had a feeling that this formation pattern itself was also being worn away. Thus, the combination of these two methods caused the speed at which it collapsed to increase. Kikik, how many years has it been? Grandpa Shu has finally escaped. A voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. Chapter 3294. Fuck. Ling Han cursed in his heart. He didn't seem to have unearthed an ancient ruin, but rather a cage. Now, the thing trapped inside was about to escape. Even though there was a mountain wall between them, he could still feel that this existence was ridiculously powerful. Bang! Before he finished his thought, the cave wall had already broken open, and a head popped out. It was the head of a rat, but it was ridiculously large, no different from a human's head. Instantly, the pressure was like a mountain. Ling Han felt like he couldn't breathe. This rat was too powerful. It was definitely not in the extreme bone realm, or even the engraved pattern realm. It seemed like it could kill him with a single thought. This meant that this rat not only had a high realm, but its spiritual energy was also terrifying. Wait a minute, how can this demon rat speak? Ling Han had only seen one beast that could speak, and that was the Monkey King. Otherwise, even the strange little perverted pig wouldn't have such an ability. Without hesitation, he flipped his hands. Pa, 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 he threw out 3 pillars, blocking the entrance of the cave that the rat had opened. Huh, little human boy. The rat revealed a look of disdain. Kid, you think you can trap me with 3 broken iron pillars? You're too naive. It sniffed and muttered to itself, why is the mystical energy of heaven and earth so poor? It seems like those people weren't able to destroy the foundation of the formation. However, since I can come out, it means that the formation is on the verge of collapse. Damn it, with this kind of environment, how long will it take for me to recover to my peak condition? It looked at Ling Han and revealed a sinister expression. I haven't had a sumptuous meal in a long time. I want to taste the taste of the human race. Since I'm free today, I can taste human flesh on such a good day. Human. Hurry up and stick your head over. Ling Han used the Monkey King's technique several times and finally calmed down. He smiled faintly. Come out first, I don't have time to play with you. He turned around and ran. This rat's realm was unimaginably high. It was at least in the engraved pattern realm, or even the enlightened aperture realm. From the rat's tone, it seemed to have come from the ancient times and had always been suppressed. Now that it had finally broken free, its strength was naturally terrifying. The current martial art was only in its infancy, but the martial art of the previous civilization had definitely reached a peak. If the two clashed, the contemporary martial art would definitely be crushed. You want to run? The demonic rat said disdainfully. It struggled violently and drilled out of the mountain wall. The strange thing was that the mountain wall behind it seemed to be made of water. The hole rippled twice and actually closed up. The demonic rat discovered that when it landed, there was actually a vast expanse of white fog in front of it. There was no sign of Ling Han. It's actually a psychedelic array. The demon rat gave an "oh" and then coldly snorted. It's just 3 array bases. How can it trap Lord Rat? Its eyes shone, scarlet like flames, directly illuminating the mist. With a single leap, it jumped out of the encirclement of the array base. Then, it opened its mouth and inhaled, immediately forming a terrifying gale. Ling Han only felt his feet float, and he was almost sucked back in. He was shocked and hurriedly threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, slashing at the demonic rat. He fought for this sliver of an opportunity and once again broke into a mad sprint. He used the shuttle steps and ran without any care. The demonic rat stretched out a finger and slashed, and the seal soldier was instantly pushed back dozens of feet. Lord Rat's strength has actually fallen to such a level. Even an extreme bone realm seal soldier cannot destroy it. The demonic rat let out a cry of surprise. Damn it, I actually let that human escape. Forget it, I will first recover my strength. Once I recover, with the current environment, what existence can be Lord Rat's match? At that time, that human will not be able to escape either. Lord Rat's innate ability is to dig holes. I was the first one to escape, so all the fortunes here are Lord Rat's. In the past, there was an incomparably powerful dynasty here. Although it has been destroyed, I believe there will be many good things left behind. If Lord Rat can obtain even a tiny bit of fortune, even if it is just a cultivation technique, it will be enough for Lord Rat to rise. As Ling Han ran, he did not know how many stone pillars he had crashed into along the way. Fortunately, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick. In the end, the stone pillars were always broken, but he was basically unharmed. After running for a long time, he was finally sure that the demonic rat did not chase after him. He slowed down his pace and did not use the shuttle steps again, but his speed was still very fast. Countless questions surged in his mind. The most puzzling was that he had clearly broken through an array, but why was it that what he obtained was not a treasure, but a demonic rat that had escaped? Most importantly, this demonic rat was not the only demonic beast that had been suppressed. There were more inside, but this demonic rat knew how to dig holes, so it was the first one to escape. No wonder when he was breaking through the array, he felt that the array itself was collapsing. So this demonic rat was working from the inside. In other words, even without Ling Han's help, the demonic rat would have escaped, but it would have taken a little longer. In that case, no one would have known about it. Ling Han ran out of the cave and began to speed up, running as fast as he could. However, before he reached the airship, the sun had already risen. As a cultivation maniac, Ling Han immediately stopped in his tracks and began to cultivate. He believed that he had already lost the demonic rat, so he did not want to waste half an hour. When he was about to stop, he absorbed another strand of purple qi. This time, Ling Han could be sure that purple qi could only be absorbed in the mountains, because he had not absorbed this kind of high-quality energy when he was cultivating in the cave. Why not in the city? In ancient legends, immortals all lived in the mountains. Was it to absorb this kind of higher-level energy? Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out a few pieces of honey and carried them on his back. He pretended to be fine, then continued forward. Not long after, the airship was in sight. Ling Han. Xianyuan Dinghua immediately called out when he saw him, a look of relief on his face. Of course, he did not want to help Ling Han. Although this would allow him to monopolize the 3 improved pill recipes, he believed that working with Ling Han would yield more benefits. Ling Han leapt onto the airship. Let's go, let's go. We're already back. What's the rush? Tang Yu smiled. Ling Han said seriously, let's set sail first. I'll explain later. A single person was a small target, but an airship was huge. Xianyuan Dinghua and the others shivered when they saw how serious he was. They hurriedly ordered their men to set off. What happened, Ling Han? Qin Xingho asked. Ling Han looked down and said in a low voice, I think I released something terrifying. What do you mean? The four asked. Ling Han briefly explained what had happened over the past few days, but he did not reveal the secret of the energy-fostering gourd. He only said that he had been lucky enough to sneak into the depths of the cave and pluck a few cinnabar fruits and some honey. Of course, he had relied on the leaves of the energy-fostering gourd. It was no secret anyway. Then he said that he had broken a formation and released a demonic rat. You know formations too. Chapter 3296. Yang Bai was currently looking at something, and did not pay any attention to Ling Han. After a while, he finally raised his head, and looked towards Ling Han. Shua, it was as if two bolts of lightning had flashed past, so piercing that it was painful to look at. You are Ling Han. Yang Bai stopped what he was doing. I am indeed Ling Han. Ling Han bowed slightly in greeting. This was respect towards an elite. There was only him and Yang Bai here, and there was not even a servant. Yang Bai paused, and then said, Tell me in detail again about the matter regarding that demonic rat. Ling Han nodded, and began to recount from beginning to end. He had already recounted this matter once, so it would naturally be smoother to recount it again now. Moreover, this was a true matter in the first place, and he had merely concealed some details. Yang Bai showed a solemn expression. Are you really sure that the aura of that demonic rat was not weaker than mine? Hong, he released his own aura, and it was as if he could overturn the sea, incredibly frightening. Ling Han's expression was deathly pale. The aura of the engravement tier was really too powerful. However, he had withstood it. He nodded, and said, That's right, that demonic rat's aura was definitely not weaker than Milord's. Furthermore, it was still in a weakened state, and after it recovered, it should be even stronger. Yang Bai tapped his finger on the table, and said, His Majesty the Saint Emperor had long since prophesied that there were powerful demonic beasts suppressed in the various mountains and abyss, but he had not thought that there would be one that had escaped so soon. It's too early, His Majesty the Saint Emperor has not completed his breakthrough. He paused, and then said, Ling Han, though it was you who destroyed the seal, your discovery of this matter is also a great merit. I will remember this for you. Ling Han nodded. Thank you, my lord. Go. Yang Bai waved him off. Ling Han left. He returned to the academy. There were only a few short days until the new year. He had already celebrated countless New Years, but the significance of this one was obviously different from the previous ones, because this was the first New Year that he had celebrated in the New World. Unfortunately, he didn't have the company of the Empress and the others. Xianyuan Dingwa gave Ling Han a few pieces of honey. This was his harvest from the first level, but Ling Han didn't accept it. First, he had more honey, and the quality was higher. Second, he didn't want to owe Xianyuan Dingwa a favor. However, he still had a good chat with Xianyuan Dingwa, because the improved versions of the Qi replenishing pill, the secret power pill, and the pulse exploring pill had entered the normal sales channel, and business was booming. Aren't you afraid that those alchemists will set up their own shops with the pill formulas? Of course they weren't afraid. With Marshal Xuanyuan's reputation, which alchemist would dare to go against the agreement? Ling Han began to earn a lot of money every day, which also gave him enough money to buy materials to make intermediate and advanced array formations. He wanted to improve his array Dao level. He had bought a few sets of intermediate array formations on the trading platform, and Niu Huaqing had already imparted all the basic, intermediate, and advanced array patterns to him. Now, he only needed to learn how to fuse the array patterns. This was the most difficult part. There were endless changes, and a person might not be able to deduce all the changes even if they exhausted their entire life's effort. However, this was a piece of cake for Ling Han. It was one thing that his spiritual power hadn't improved, but his memory was shockingly good, and his deduction ability was extremely strong. It was just that he couldn't do it for too long. With his current spiritual power, he couldn't support it. Of course, among the intermediate array formations, there was one that could help in the blood transformation realm's cultivation. This was called the 100 Celestial Array, and it also consumed jade seeds as an energy source. However, it was far less helpful than the Nouveau Riche Array for the Meridian Opening realm. After all, the higher the realm, the harder it was to improve. Even the blood transformation realm was still at the initial stage of martial art. This required the combination of elementary and intermediate array patterns. It could be a one-to-one fusion, a one-to-many fusion, and even a many-to-many fusion. The difficulty of inscribing increased drastically. It had only been 3 days, and Ling Han had already completely mastered this formation, and had even created the foundation of the formation. He had already started using this array formation to cultivate. On the other hand, there were pills that could help speed up the blood transformation realm's cultivation. They were similar to the mystic energy pill. At the blood transformation realm, they were called intermediate mystic energy pills. However, the materials needed to refine them were completely different. As usual, Ling Han started to improve the intermediate mystic energy pills. If he wanted to eat, he definitely wanted to eat the best. As he worked hard, the new year arrived as scheduled. The capital was bustling. It was the new year. Whether it was officials, nobles, or ordinary citizens, everyone temporarily put down the burden of life and enjoyed a few rare days of celebration. However, during this new year, many terrifying incidents happened. A few small towns were razed to the ground, and not a single person was left alive. Because these incidents happened before and after the new year, everyone only knew that the internet was down. It wasn't until the nearby townspeople went there that they discovered the tragedy. The news spread back to the capital and created an uproar. The Saint Emperor's might dominated the world. Even the most powerful beasts could only retreat from the nation's borders and didn't dare to invade. So many years of peace had passed. First, the crouching tiger city was destroyed by the beast tide. Now, such a tragedy happened. What was going on? Without a doubt, this affected the atmosphere of the new year. But very quickly, an exciting piece of news spread. The Saint Emperor had exited his isolation. Had he broken through? Nobody knew. The Saint Emperor didn't speak, so who dared to ask? At once, everyone calmed down. In everyone's heart, there was an unbreakable thought. That as long as the Saint Emperor is here, no evil can invade the Xianbei nation. Ling Han didn't pay much attention to this. After the new year, the Array Masters competition would begin. He decided to get certified as an Array Master. Out of his expectations, this trip went very smoothly. He didn't encounter any ignorant second generation, nor did he encounter any arrogant geniuses. He successfully passed the test and became the 4,200th official Array Master in the Xianbei nation. Alright, next up is to prepare for the Array Master competition. Theoretically, each city can only send one Array Master to the competition. However, the Emperor has no such restriction. As long as one is certified by the Array Master, then one has the right to participate. Of course, there is another important condition, and that is, one must be below the age of 30. The 1-month deadline that Ling Han gave to Huanxue had passed. The little servant girl had no hope of finding the hidden pulse. So Ling Han allowed her to break through to the realm of blood transformation and gave her 2 cinnabar fruits. For someone with 12 pulses, 1 cinnabar fruit was enough. But who told Ling Han to be so rich? He gave her 2. 1 was good enough, but 1 more was just in case. Every now and then, news of villages being destroyed would spread. Based on the distance, the culprit seemed to be heading towards the Emperor's direction. This infuriated the Saint Emperor. It just so happened that the heaven-traversing general returned to the Emperor's capital to report on the investigation of the hidden Tiger City. The Saint Emperor then sent the heaven-traversing general to quell the chaos. On the 6th day after the new year, Ling Han once again headed towards the Array Master's headquarters. He had already signed up and was here to participate in the competition. Ling Han. A shocked voice arose from behind Ling Han. Yen Jun. Chapter 3297. The world is so small. Ling Han immediately understood. Yan Jun was the array genius of Hidden Tiger City, one of the three heroes along with Tuoba Tianhuang and Zhong Yangbi. Therefore, he should have been sent out by Hidden Tiger City to participate in the array competition. What he didn't know was that because of Niu Huaqing's interference, Gu Tianhua had the intention of letting Ling Han replace him. But before he could report it, a beast tide occurred in Hidden Tiger City. Yan Jun snorted and said, "What are you doing here?" Ling Han smiled faintly. Yan Jun had hired someone to kill him. He still hadn't settled the score with the other party. It was just that he didn't care about Yan Jun at all. Therefore, there was no need for him to be so fierce. In the future, he would just find a chance to stomp him to death. "What, does your family own this place?" he said indifferently. "Don't think that just because you have some achievements in martial art, you can come to the headquarters and behave atrociously." Yan Jun snorted. He looked disdainful, but in reality, he was very jealous. Back then, Ling Han had driven Tuoba Tianhuang off the altar and replaced him. That person was just as famous as him and Zhong Yangbi. After all, the three of them represented different directions. But after coming to the capital, although he could still be considered a talent, he had lost the halo of a genius. The capital was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His talent could not be ranked in the top 10 in his age group. But what about Ling Han? He defeated Hu Yang 3 times and rose to power. He already had the title of second in Hong Tian Steps. Hong Tian Steps, that monster. Facing that person, even Yan Jun had to kneel down and write the word respect. Because Hong Tian Steps was an array genius, he had long obtained the qualifications to become a high-level array master. It was very likely that he would improve in a short period of time and become a grandmaster. In the whole of Xianbei country, how many array grandmasters were there? 2. Therefore, you deserve to be called second in Hong Tian Steps. Ling Han looked at Yan Jun and naturally knew what he was thinking. In reality, if his current position was 100, then Yan Jun would at most be 7 or 8. The two were not on the same level. He didn't need to be angry at all. He just needed to find a chance to kill him. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to stop me?" he asked calmly. Today is a big day for my headquarters. What is an outsider like you doing here?" Yan Jun coldly said. He knew that the distance between him and Ling Han had already been shaken off, but to be able to say something to Ling Han at this time, it would make him feel better. "What's all this noise about? Don't you know what day it is today?" A middle-aged man walked over with a displeased look on his face. "Greetings, Grandmaster Zhou." Yan Jun hurriedly bowed respectfully. The other party was a mid-level array master. Although he would definitely be able to surpass him in the future, he had just arrived and was afraid that others would make things difficult for him. Thus, he was very humble. This middle-aged man was called Zhou Shen. Although he was an intermediate array master, he was very narrow-minded. He nodded his head and smiled at Yan Jun. This young man would have great achievements in the future, so he didn't want to offend him. This guy wants to force his way in. Yan Jun immediately turned around and pointed at Ling Han. Zhou Shen looked at Ling Han and sneered, "Young man, do you think this is a place for you to watch a show?" He thought that Ling Han came because he heard that the headquarters was going to have a competition today. Ling Han shook his head. "You two are talking to yourselves. Why didn't you consider your own intelligence?" Previously, when he came to become an array master, he didn't encounter any trouble at all. That was inconceivable to him. Could it be that his halo of hatred had disappeared? But today, he could prove that his ability to attract hatred was still top-notch. He didn't even need to open his mouth to make people attack him. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Thus, Ling Han retorted back. Zhou Shen's face couldn't help but darken. He felt his chest becoming a little stuffy. Those words were too vicious, it made him feel uncomfortable. You. He pointed at Ling Han, wanting nothing more than to rush up and strangle Ling Han's neck. Ling Han smiled faintly. His fighting ability was still the same as before. Should he consider learning a roaring technique in the future? That way, he could shout and shout at the opponent right away. He didn't even need to make a move to make his opponent lie down. Move, move. He dusted his hands and continued to fire. A good dog doesn't block the way. Don't not know the basic rules. How dare you? The veins on Zhou Shen's forehead were throbbing, and his nostrils seemed to be spewing fire. Who are you? Tell me, who are you? I will kneel for you for a day and a night. He's called Ling Han. Yan Jun took the chance and immediately jumped out. Ling Han? Zhou Shen was startled. He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere before. Whatever, he didn't care. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old, what kind of reputation could he have? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down or I will make you regret it. He threatened. Ling Han didn't try to defend himself. He just quietly turned on the optical computer's recording function and said, Grandmaster Zhou, right? You don't distinguish right from wrong, and you immediately threaten me. Is this befitting of your status? So what? I don't like you, so I want to step on you and suppress you. What can you do? Zhou Shen said arrogantly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Aren't you afraid that I have some shocking background and will trample you into shit? Damn, what a vulgar fellow. Zhou Shen did indeed reveal a trace of hesitation. There were many rich second generations with shocking backgrounds in the capital, and he seemed to have heard of the other's name. Could he really be a descendant of some rich family? He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't want to offend any rich family. However, which rich family had the surname Ling? Grandmaster Zhou, this guy is a refugee from the tiger's den. Yan Jun exposed him. How could he let Zhou Shen be scared off? Although they hadn't spent much time together, he knew that Zhou Shen was incomparably fierce when he met someone weaker than him. As long as the other party had a bit of background, he would immediately cower. He was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When Zhou Shen heard this, he immediately felt humiliated. Fuck, a refugee from the tiger's den actually dared to boast in front of him. His legs almost turned to jelly. I won't kill you today. So you're a refugee from the tiger's den. Huh, I was almost scared by you. Zhou Shen laughed coldly. There was a hint of anger in his embarrassment. So what if he's from the tiger's den? Are you looking down on him? Ling Han deliberately asked. As expected, Zhou Shen immediately said, a bunch of lowly commoners. They should all die in the beast tide. Living is just a waste of food. Enough. Ling Han nodded. Just this sentence alone would be enough to make this guy suffer the consequences. Pack, he suddenly reached out and slapped Zhou Shen's face. Although Zhou Shen was a mid-level array master, his strength had only just stepped into the blood transformation realm. How could he be a match for Ling Han? Under this slap, his entire body was sent flying. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before falling down in a graceful posture. Fuck. Yan Jun was dumbfounded. Ling Han was still as ferocious as ever. He even dared to make a move in the array headquarters. But he immediately smiled. In this case, Ling Han would definitely not be able to escape death. Chapter 3298. Rebel, you want to rebel? Zhou Shen jumped up. Ling Han didn't use much power in this strike, or else he would have turned Zhou Shen into dregs with one slap. Ling Han dashed over and slapped him again. Pa, Zhou Shen was sent flying again. You insulted the refugees of Hidden Tiger City. Hitting you is already a light punishment, he said indifferently. Zhou Shen was about to go crazy. Although Ling Han controlled his power very well, one slap after another still made him feel pain. He felt his teeth shaking. The key was that this was the entrance of the headquarters, and there were so many people coming and going. How was he going to live in the future? You're dead. He gritted his teeth. If he didn't kill Ling Han today, he wouldn't be surnamed Zhou. Yan Jun was quick-witted and had already gone to call people. Wave after wave of people walked out. There were young array masters who came to participate in the competition, old array masters who accompanied them, and array masters from the imperial capital. Today was the busiest day in the headquarters. It's this brat. Just because he has some ability, he came to our headquarters to be impudent. Yan Jun pointed at Ling Han and shouted. Instantly, all the array masters felt the same hatred for the enemy and revealed their anger. Who is so daring to bully the head of the Formation Dao headquarters? Not to mention Ling Han, even Hong Tianbu wouldn't dare. Ling Han saw that it was about time and smiled. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm also an array master. Pfft. Yan Jun immediately choked. This guy was also an array master? What kind of joke was that? What did he think array masters were? Did he think he could become one just because he wanted to? So what if he was talented in martial art? Did that mean he had some achievements in the field of arrays? There was indeed such an example. Hong Tianbu, his talent in martial art made all the other geniuses pale in comparison. He even reached a high level in the field of arrays. He was so monstrous. However, Ling Han definitely couldn't be a second Hong Tianbu. Just say that you're an array master. Yan Jun shouted. Ling Han smiled and said unhurriedly, if you say I'm not, then I'm not giving you anything. He paused for a moment and then continued, this is a very simple matter. Won't you know once you check? That's right, someone went immediately. My name is Ling Han, Ling Han kindly reminded. Even if you're a formation master, this is too much, someone criticized. Ling Han shook his head and said to the man, if someone cursed the entire city you came from to die, what would you do? That person was stunned for a moment before immediately saying, I'll definitely slap that bastard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he naturally had to straighten his back and not say anything cowardly. Ling Han nodded and said, well said. He pointed at Zhou Shen and said, this fellow actually dares to spout such filthy words. He turned on his optical computer and started playing the recording. When the crowd heard this, they all shook their heads in their hearts. Zhou Shen was trapped in his own cocoon. He actually said such words, no wonder he got beaten up. At this moment, the person who went to check on Ling Han's background also returned and said with a strange expression, he's indeed an array master. Since Ling Han was also an array master, then it wasn't a conflict between the martial art world and the array world, but an internal conflict. And obviously, Ling Han was in the right, who asked Zhou Shen to say those words. So what? Yan Jun woke up from the shock of Ling Han being an array master and shouted, just because he's an array master, he can go against his superiors and beat up an intermediate array master? The crowd couldn't help but nod. If everyone didn't follow the rules and went against their superiors, then wouldn't it be a mess? Ling Han shrugged and said, can't help it, I'm just a hot-tempered person. He looked at Yan Jun and grinned, you have to be careful. This was an undisguised threat. Yan Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Ling Han clearly had an attitude of stepping on him, and he really didn't seem to have any other way. He was an array master, so was Ling Han. In terms of talent in martial art, Ling Han was hundreds of streets ahead of him. If the two of them were to have a conflict, who would the Array Association stand on? Ling Han walked over, patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, take a few more breaths now. I can see that in the near future, you'll be a dead man. Yan Jun's face instantly turned pale. Ling Han was trying to kill him. To be honest, he definitely couldn't beat Ling Han. In an instant, he made up his mind. From today onwards, as long as Ling Han was in the imperial capital, he wouldn't take a step out of the Array Association. Ling Han clapped his hands and said, the competition is about to start. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. Don't you want to get a good result? That's true. Everyone left. As for how Ling Han should be punished, that would be decided by the elders of the headquarters. They didn't need to interfere. Ling Han, on the other hand, operated the optical computer and uploaded Zhou Shen's previous comments onto the internet. Doesn't he know that he's the ancestor of conning people? Everyone entered the headquarters of the Array Association, which was on the left side of the imperial capital map. The headquarters of the Alchemy Association was on the right side of the map. Beyond that was the vast wilderness, which was why the headquarters occupied a huge area. They came to a place that looked like a training field. The ground was filled with sand. There were many people, but none of them made a sound. This was the holy land for Array Masters. Now that they were going to compete here, naturally everyone was excited and their blood boiled. Someone reported Zhou Shen's matter. The elders discussed it and decided to start the competition first. They couldn't be affected by it. As for the punishment for Ling Han, they could discuss it slowly. There was no rush. Let the competition begin. The chairman of the Array Association personally hosted the competition. He was Niu Huaqing's senior brother, Chen Hao. The competition used an elimination system. The winner would advance to the next round while the loser would have to come back next year. In a competition of Array Dao, it was a competition of Array Dao. To an Array Master, there were two main points in Array Dao. One was to set up the array and two was to break the array. Therefore, if two Array Masters were to compete, one Array Master would lay down the array, while the other would decipher it, and then they would exchange places. Whether or not one could break the array, how long it would take, the difficulty of the array and the time needed would all affect the result. So there wouldn't be a draw, even if both sides broke the other's array or neither side broke it. There were over 100 Array Masters participating. Because of the age limit, they were all beginner Array Masters. If Hong Tianbu came, he would break the record. He was already an advanced Array Master. Although Ling Han had the ability of an intermediate Array Master, he was only a beginner Array Master. The reason he was willing to participate was because of Niu Huaqing. Otherwise, it would be enough for him to have the title of a Pill Master. Arrays could be his trump card, so there was no need for him to reveal it. Half a day later, it was his turn. His opponent was a short man who looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. "I'm older, so I'll let you go first," the man said. Ling Han didn't mind. He casually waved his hand and 17 array foundations landed. Under his mental power, the array was formed. Damn! Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Chapter 3300. Under the suppression of absolute power, nothing could stand in its way. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were in the midst of an Array Dao competition. You destroyed the array with a single punch, should that be considered a pass? Success or failure? The referee didn't know how to judge either. He looked at the big shots hesitantly. This had never happened before, because Array Master's individual combat power was too weak. No one could rely on their own strength to break an array formation. However, such a freak had appeared. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see another person, a monster that should not exist in this world. Hong Tian's step outrageous. An advanced Array Master immediately said unhappily, "We Array Masters naturally have to use upright methods to break arrays." What does this mean? Brother Chow, I don't dare to agree with you. Another advanced Array Master said, the competition doesn't have any rules on how to break the array. Since that's the case, it's within the scope of the rules. Of course, it's fine. Array Master Chow couldn't help choking. Indeed, the rules didn't specify how to break the array. This was because, firstly, it was a convention, and secondly, the individual battle prowess of an Array Master was low. Who would use such a method to break the array? He hurriedly said, an Array Master uses an array to break an array. Does this need any special explanation? I strongly disagree. In fact, I would like to suggest that this person be disqualified from the competition. Ling Han couldn't help but feel annoyed. I have no enmity with him, why are you targeting me like this? Since the rules didn't state it, it's naturally possible. The second array master also insisted. More and more advanced array masters joined the fray. Some thought that Ling Han could pass, while others thought that this didn't reflect Ling Han's array Dao abilities at all. How could he mess around like this? No one could convince the other, and the number of people on both sides was about the same, so it was very difficult to convince the other. The low-level array masters looked at each other and gritted their teeth. So many advanced array masters were actually fighting so hard for a mere primary array master. Just based on this point, Ling Han could be proud for a lifetime. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on Chen Hao. Chen Hao waved his hand, immediately silencing everyone. After some thought, he said, using brute force to break the formation is indeed not in line with the objective of the competition. As soon as he said that, the opposition immediately smiled. But Chen Hao continued, however, since we didn't say anything in advance, we can't disqualify Ling Han just like that. Let him try again. This time, only formation path methods are allowed. Since he, the president, had spoken, who would dare to disobey? Only Yan Jun had an ugly expression on his face. That was because that punch had destroyed the foundation of his formation, causing cracks to appear. This naturally destroyed the formation patterns. How was he going to set up the formation again? He had no choice but to report the matter. There was no time to remake it on the spot. Fortunately, there was an intermediate array master who was teaching his disciple the same array, so he borrowed the array base and let the array master personally lay it down. Ling Han began to break the formation. He strode in, and suddenly, shoo, a murderous aura circulated and began to attack him. He smiled indifferently, not dodging or dodging. How could a mere meridian opening expert's attack injure him? Very quickly, he found the node and used the absolute obstruction array to cut off this killing array. The array was instantly broken. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes, which was highly efficient. It was time for Ling Han to set up the formation. With a casual flick, he still laid down an illusory array, a formation within a formation. Yan Jun entered the formation and began to break it. But very soon, cold sweat broke out on his forehead because he still could not find the location of the node. A few minutes later, his eyes lit up. He laid down the absolute obstruction array, but he discovered that the array was still operating. Another fake node. He kept trying but kept failing. After over a dozen times, he finally succeeded. The fog dispersed, and he reappeared in the light of day. It was just that before he could rejoice, the judge announced his failure because he spent a full 40 minutes. Yan Jun was dazed. His greatest confidence came from array Dao. Previously, no matter how monstrous Ling Han's performance was in martial art, he always believed that he would not lose. But now? In the field that he was most skilled in, he was ruthlessly defeated. His confidence was shattered into pieces. But Ling Han did not give him an extra glance. Why would he need to take this kind of small character seriously? It was precisely this kind of disregard that made Yan Jun clench his fists tightly, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. He was at any rate one of Tiger Crouching City's 3 great geniuses. But now, the other party could not even be bothered to give him an extra glance. How could he endure this? Ling Han, he roared in his heart, swearing to take revenge for this enmity. Ling Han overcame all obstacles along the way, finding it hard to meet an opponent. Although what he laid down were only elementary array formations, it was an array within an array. The difficulty of cracking it was 10 times harder than a single array formation. Just an hour, the number of people who could crack it were incomparably few. When it was close to evening, Ling Han also successfully made it into the finals. The finals were set for tomorrow. Although the finals were all elementary array masters, it was the annual finals after all. They could not be too sloppy. No one mentioned the matter of punishing Ling Han again. What a joke, how could they bear to punish such a monstrous genius? Moreover, who asked Zhou Shen to have a cheap mouth? What topic was the most sensitive? Demonic beasts wreaking havoc. Yet, he still had to spout nonsense in this aspect. Wasn't that just courting death? It was even better now. It was already reported on the internet. Perhaps even His Majesty the Sacred Emperor would find out. Even if he did not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Under such circumstances, who would speak up for him? Ling Han did not return to the academy. Anyway, the finals would be held the next morning, so he did not have to make an extra trip. All he cared about was the prize. However, this kind of competition was more of a kind of glory, so the prize was not the treasure fruit that could increase cultivation or spiritual power that Ling Han hoped for. Instead, it was a remnant of an array formation, and it was even a handwritten copy. Although it was an incomplete copy, it still had great research value. Ling Han also learned about his opponent in the finals. It was an array formation genius from Yingfeng City named Zhong Feiyang. It was said that he was really a genius. He did not care and fell asleep. The night passed. When the sun rose, Ling Han naturally got up to cultivate. Unfortunately, when he stopped cultivating, he did not absorb any purple qi. This should only be obtained in famous mountains and great rivers. After eating, he slowly walked to the battlefield. Today was the finals, so there were naturally many onlookers. However, they were all array masters, and no outsiders were invited. This was because the others could not understand it, especially the martial artists. They had been looking around and walking around for half a day, not fighting at all. Who would be interested? Ling Han entered the battlefield and saw his opponent. Zhong Feiyang was really a young man in high spirits. He was tall and slender, and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of divine light. Toss a copper coin to decide who will set up the array first, the referee said. He looked at Ling Han first. Do you want heads or tails? Heads, Ling Han said casually. The referee nodded. He tossed a copper coin, and it landed on the ground with a clink. It rolled twice, but it was tails. In other words, Zhong Feiyang would set up the array first. Chapter 3301. Zhong Feiyang smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He moved his hands and threw out array foundations one after another. There were more than 30 of them, but his speed was not slow at all. In just half a minute, the array foundations were all set up. Then, the formation lines lit up, indicating that the formation was already in operation. What kind of formation needs 36 formation bases? Could it be another formation within a formation? Something's wrong. One of the intermediate array masters suddenly stood up and hissed, "This is the Wild Thunder Array." What? Those who heard his words were all shocked, because the Wild Thunder formation wasn't a low-level formation, but a mid-level formation. What does that mean? Zhong Feiyang was an intermediate array master. But in the registration of the array master headquarters, wasn't he still a beginner? It's very simple. Although he can make intermediate array formations, he hasn't been certified. Naturally, he's still a beginner array master. Someone said. This was indeed a very simple logic. However, who would be able to become a mid-level array master and not go through the certification to raise their status? It was like the blood transformation realm was completely different from the meridian opening realm. Zhong Feiyang is so young. 25 years old, becoming an intermediate array master at the age of 25. Other than Hong Tianbu, who else could compare to him? Even Chen Hao nodded his head. Such a young intermediate array master was really rare. It could be said that it was hard to find one in 100 years. Forget about Hong Tianbu, that person should not even exist in this world. I really didn't expect there to be an intermediate array master below 30. Ling Han didn't lose unjustly. He met an array genius. Everyone sighed. Intermediate versus beginner, this was an absolute suppression. Do you still want to break the formation? asked Zhong Feiyang indifferently. The wild lightning formation possessed terrifying killing power. Even blood transformation experts would be killed if they were trapped within it. The difficulty of breaking it could be imagined. Ling Han smiled and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Everyone was speechless. Was this really something that could be tried? Once you entered the formation, as long as the formation didn't stop, the lightning would continue to strike. It would be extremely difficult for you to escape. Although the individual strength of the array master was not as good as that of a martial artist, once the array was set up, the result would be different. Ling Han strode forward and took the initiative to enter the formation. Immediately, lightning flashed and jumped between the foundations of the formation. Then, a bolt of lightning quietly formed and fiercely struck towards him. However, Ling Han was already prepared. He raised his right hand in front of his body. The lightning struck. Although there were dazzling sparks, it did not hurt him at all. This could injure someone at the 3 changes of blood transfusion, but Ling Han's strength had long surpassed the 3 changes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning was still shooting out from every corner. Ling Han casually waved his fist and blasted the lightning into sparks. He captured the pulse of the formation, which could restore the position of the nodes. Currently, there were not many intermediate spirit arrays, only 17 of them. Ling Han had dabbled in all of them, so he naturally understood the violent thunder array. It was just that every person who set up the array formation would make changes. 1,000 people setting up the array formation meant that there would be 1,000 nodes. Therefore, this needed to be deduced from the operation of the array formation. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Han threw out the blocking array. He did not expect to have an opponent who was an intermediate spirit array master. Therefore, he did not prepare an intermediate blocking array. Instead, he used a beginner array. However, as long as he found the right node, he could completely block this array formation for a few seconds. This was enough. It meant that he had found the node. Shwa, the 3 foundations fell and were activated by Ling Han. Instantly, the violent thunder stopped, but only for a moment. Lightning flashed again. Pa, pa, pa. The 3 blocking array foundations were blasted until they were full of scorch marks. The entire place was silent. What? Ling Han actually broke the violent thunder array? A beginner spirit array master could actually break an intermediate spirit array? Indeed, breaking the array formation was easier than creating the array formation. However, it could not be so easy that it was a level higher. Unless, a thought flashed through everyone's mind, but they immediately shook their heads. That was impossible. You're also an intermediate spirit array master. Zhong Feiyang exclaimed. If not for that, how could Ling Han possibly break his array formation? Moreover, it was only 3 minutes. Even most intermediate spirit array masters could not do that. Ling Han smiled and said, "Probably. I didn't deliberately study this problem. This was an act." Everyone wanted to ridicule him. There was actually someone who didn't know his own strength and wholeheartedly focused on the array Dao. Then, one day, he suddenly wanted to go out for a walk, only to find that he was already invincible. How low was the possibility of that? Zhong Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "All right, it's your turn." Ling Han nodded and went to the side to retrieve his own array foundations. There were quite a few of them, and it was naturally not convenient to bring them along when breaking the array formation. However, he had to change his strategy. Zhong Feiyang was actually an intermediate spirit array master. If he used a primary spirit array against him, it would probably be broken in 2 or 3 moves. He reached into his bag. Actually, he had used his consciousness to communicate with the Qi nurturing gourd and retrieved many array foundations. Intermediate spirit array, raging flame array. With his own strength, he no longer had to fear anyone in the blood transformation realm. Thus, he naturally had no interest in offensive intermediate spirit arrays. However, he had still created them in case of emergencies. He had not expected that they would be put to use so quickly. Ling Han returned to the battlefield with the array foundations. Then, he waved his hands repeatedly. Instantly, like a goddess scattering flowers, 36 array foundations were inserted into the ground at the same time. Then, he used his psyche power to activate them, and the array formation was immediately formed. "Please," he said to Zhong Feiyang. Zhong Feiyang was naturally not afraid. He strode into the array formation. Instantly, raging flames burned, turning the area enveloped by the array formation into a sea of fire. He waved his hand casually, and immediately, 5 array foundations appeared beside him, protecting him. This could only last for a short period of time, but Zhong Feiyang believed that this short period of time was enough. He immediately began to break the array formation, searching for its nodes. Time passed bit by bit. Zhong Feiyang kept trying, but he failed again and again. He was indeed a genius in the art of arrays. He had only tried 11 times, and he had already broken through the blazing flame array. However, the time he had used was as long as 13 minutes, so he naturally lost to Ling Han. Ling Han's victory was indisputable. Shen Hao was overjoyed. 2 geniuses had appeared in the array Dao. As the president, he was naturally happy that there was a successor. After a while, he would bring Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang to find Old Man Qi from the Alchemy Association headquarters. He would let that old man see that even without the Hongtian steps, there were still countless geniuses in array Dao. Ling Han had originally wanted to return to the academy immediately, but the Array Dao Association headquarters still had to issue him and Zhong Feiyang proof that they were intermediate array masters. Thus, they stayed here for another day. At night, he flipped through the prizes he had received. This remnant array was called Precipice. The array foundation was very special. It was not made of stone or metal. Instead, the array patterns were directly carved onto clothing. After wearing it, the array formation would automatically activate and it was attacked, forming a powerful defense. Chapter 3302. A formation worn on the body. It could be played like this? Ling Han's thoughts immediately diverged. Since that was the case, then he could naturally carve formation patterns on armor and create an invincible army. The upper limit of the precipice formation's defense was as high as the opening aperture tier. However, because the formation was broken, the defense naturally decreased, and it could only display the power of the engravement tier. This was extremely shocking, because there was only one opening aperture tier now. But looking at the requirements to draw the formation patterns, Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless, because it required the blood of an engravement tier as ink. It could be a beast, or a martial artist. Did Ling Han have to find Heaven Traversing Commander or King Kong Commander and ask them to give him some blood? No matter if it was formations or alchemy, after reaching the high level, the biggest difficulty was how to get the materials. Ling Han put away the formation, not thinking about it for now. He'd think about it after he got the blood of an engravement tier. The next day, just as Ling Han was about to return to the academy, Zhong Feiyang came over and chatted with him for a while. Zhong Feiyang was full of admiration for his formation abilities, and wanted to discuss formations with him. Ling Han really didn't have the time, so he politely declined, making Zhong Feiyang very disappointed. Ling Han couldn't care less, he had too many things to do now. Returning to the academy, Ling Han continued to cultivate diligently. On the way to pick the red fruit, Ling Han had already deduced the indestructible heaven scroll for the blood transformation tier. Limited by his tier, it might not be the strongest body refining technique in the world, but now that martial art was in the early stages, the indestructible heaven scroll shouldn't be a match. He ate honey every day to increase the strength of his body, and his stamina also increased crazily. Normal 5 changes secret power should be around 2 million kilograms, but Ling Han estimated that his limit should be able to reach 5 million kilograms, and adding on his stamina, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 10 million kilograms. This power was too terrifying. At that time, Ling Han could even lift a medium-sized warship with one hand. He already had a lot of money in his hands, so Ling Han started to buy medicinal ingredients to cure the poison in his body as soon as possible. If the poison was not cured, he would feel as if someone had placed a knife on his neck. Some students came to visit, hoping that Ling Han could make a rallying cry and establish a new faction. With his current reputation, he believed that many people would be willing to join him. However, Ling Han was not interested at all. After experiencing so much in the Yuan world, would he still be attached to power? After becoming a gang leader, a lot of his energy would definitely be taken away. How could he be as free as he was now? The little maidservant was still in seclusion, trying to break through to the blood transformation realm. She didn't even have time to serve him. Not only was Ling Han not used to it, even the perverted pig was the same. He stared at Ling Han. The perverted pig snorted at Ling Han, which meant that Lord Pig was hungry and that he should go and get some food for him. Ling Han chuckled. Roasted suckling pig. Do you want to eat? The perverted pig immediately became furious. Its 4 legs were flying, and it was about to rush over to fight Ling Han. However, it only ran a few steps before it slowed down. It panted heavily and then lay on the ground, paralyzed. Ling Han shook his head and smiled. Who asked you to eat so much? Look, your 4 legs are so short. The perverted pig rolled its eyes at him. It was just so lazy. What could it do, bastard? However, Ling Han was indeed a little hungry, so he took out a goat from the essence-nourishing gourd. This was a demon goat that he had killed in the mountains. It had the cultivation of the blood transformation realm. Not only was it delicious, it was also very beneficial to martial artists. He had already eaten half of it before, and now there was still half left. After starting a fire, Ling Han started to roast the leg of the goat. This was the most fragrant thing. Smelling the fragrance, the perverted pig immediately started to drool. Look at you. Ling Han shook his head. The perverted pig pointed at Ling Han with a hoof and grunted. It meant to say, look at yourself, you are not much better than this Uncle Pig. The sound of a stomach rumbling could be heard, but it was neither Ling Han nor the little perverted pig. The man and the pig turned their heads at the same time. They saw a person lying on the wall of the courtyard. Her eyes were fixed on the roasted goat on the fire, and she was very focused. That person swallowed her saliva, making a very loud noise. Ling Han was surprised. This person whose stomach was rumbling with hunger and who could not help but swallow her saliva was actually a young girl. She looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. However, the problem was that Ling Han did not notice when she appeared on the wall. If not for the rumbling stomach, he would still be in a daze. How did a 14 or 15-year-old girl walk so close to him without his divine sense? Focus on roasting, don't burn it, the young girl suddenly said, her voice crisp. Ling Han's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this what you should be thinking about? Shouldn't you first explain why you are lying on the wall of my house? He had countless points to complain about, but he did not know where to start. Okay. Ling Han nodded and focused on roasting the leg of goat. After a few more minutes, the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. It was even more tempting. The young girl couldn't help but stretch her neck. Her entire upper body was in the air, and then with a bang, she fell from the wall. She patted her butt and got up. Nothing happened. She was not afraid of strangers. She strode over and sat down, reaching out to grab the goat. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Where are the adults? Dead. The young girl said expressionlessly. She had already taken the leg of goat and started to eat it. The little perverted pig immediately became angry. He stretched out his hoof and pointed at the young girl, looking like he was going to risk his life. You dare to steal Lord Pig's meat? You must be tired of living. Most importantly, your breasts are so small. This is what Lord Pig hates the most, you bastard. Ling Han looked at the young girl and frowned. This young girl gave him an unfathomable feeling. He couldn't tell the level of her cultivation at all. If she was just a normal person, how could she sneak up on him without him noticing? But if her cultivation was above Ling Han's, then that was even more inconceivable. She was only 14 or 15 years old and was already at the ultimate bone realm. Wasn't that even more monstrous than Hong Tianbu? If there really was such a monster, wouldn't her name have already shaken the world? He looked at the young girl who was wolfing down her food and said, "Little girl, what's your name?" "Little girl?" The young girl put down the leg of goat and tilted her head to look at Ling Han. "I'm more than enough to be your mother." What an unlikable girl. Everyone said that one's mouth was short after eating from others, but she was actually taking advantage of him. Pa, the perverted pig tried to jump up and take a bite of the goat meat, but the force of his jump was too gratifying. He was only 3 inches from the ground when he fell, far from touching the meat. The young girl seemed to be interested. She lowered the meat a little, and when the perverted pig was about to take a bite, she raised it again, causing the perverted pig to bite empty air. She was so happy that she laughed loudly. She still said she wasn't a child. Ling Han didn't ask any more questions. He just watched quietly. She couldn't have just run over to eat a meal of goat meat, right? After a while, the young girl seemed to be tired of playing with the pig. She casually threw the leg of goat that was left with only a bone on the ground. She said, "Little brat, that weapon-nurturing tree was planted by me." Chapter 3304. Ling Han pressed his finger on it, but a red light flashed. This meant that he did not pass and was forbidden to enter. The guard immediately snorted and said, "Don't cause trouble and leave immediately. Otherwise, I will inform the Imperial Guards to arrest you." The Alchemy Association headquarters was one of the most important places in the Imperial capital. Anything that happened here would definitely alert the Imperial Guards. Ling Han frowned. After the incident at Hidden Tiger City, his identity was indeed not properly sorted out. He did not have the habit of venting his anger on others, so he settled for the next best thing. "Then I will certify as an alchemist." The guard looked at him with an expression of guarding against a thief. One moment you said you were an alchemist, and the next moment you said you wanted to certify as an alchemist. Wasn't this contradictory? However, he could not prohibit others from certifying as an alchemist. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, register here and I will report it for you." He operated the optical computer and had Ling Han enter his information. Ling Han filled it out truthfully. There was no need to hide anything. After the guard entered his information, he immediately checked Ling Han's information, Emperor Capital Academy student. He heaved a sigh of relief. Since he was a student of Emperor Capital Academy, the possibility of him harboring evil intentions was almost zero. He gave Ling Han a temporary certificate and pinned it to his chest. Then, he allowed Ling Han to pass. Ling Han entered the Alchemy Association headquarters. This place was naturally astonishingly large, and there was even a large forest behind it. He came to the front desk and entered his purpose for coming here. Certifying as an alchemist. The receptionist glanced at him and couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. To be certified as an alchemist at such a young age, his future was boundless. The receptionist was a rather beautiful woman. She was originally very cold, but when she heard that Ling Han wanted to be certified as an alchemist, she immediately became extremely enthusiastic. Alchemists had a high status and could earn a lot of money. Which woman didn't want to marry an alchemist? Thus, seeing how young Ling Han was, this receptionist's heart was naturally moved. She served tea and water, trying her best to leave a good impression on Ling Han. Of course, Ling Han was unmoved. After a while, someone came to inform him that he could proceed with the certification. However, because low-rank alchemists needed to prepare their own ingredients, Ling Han first went to buy a set, and then followed. This naturally caused the 3 primary alchemists in charge of being witnesses to be extremely displeased. One of them was a bit more unkind, and immediately expressed his displeasure to Ling Han. Ling Han didn't pay any attention to him and only looked at him a few more times. What are you looking at? Remember, I'm called Lu Bu, said the low-rank alchemist. He was extremely arrogant. Because his uncle was a mid-rank alchemist, he had always been very arrogant. He didn't even care about other low-rank alchemists. Ling Han smiled faintly and began to concoct pills. 2 hours later, the pill was done. Lu Bu's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had hoped that Ling Han would fail, but the other party had succeeded. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face. Congratulations. The other two cupped their fists towards Ling Han with smiles on their faces. Ling Han nodded and said, I want to continue to be certified as a mid-rank alchemist. The two alchemists who had been congratulating him couldn't help but be stunned. Was there such a certification? There had indeed been such pretentious people in the past, but they had never been certified as low-rank alchemists. Only when their strength reached the mid-rank did they amaze the world with a single feat, and they were viewed as the model of pretentiousness. But how many people could endure this kind of loneliness? They could clearly enjoy the treatment of a low-rank alchemist, but they had to endure it for 10-odd years, or even dozens of years. Furthermore, Ling Han was too young. He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. How could he possibly become a mid-rank alchemist? However, the certification of a mid-rank alchemist was the basic right of every alchemist. As long as one was a low-rank alchemist, it was fine. So the two naturally had no reason to refuse, and could only report it to their superiors. Someone like you wants to be certified as a mid-rank alchemist? Lu Bu couldn't help but mock. Ling Han swept a glance over him, and said, whether you're despicable or not, what does it have to do with you whether I'm certified as a mid-rank alchemist or not? There's no need for you to be a witness, and it's not up to you to agree or refuse. Why are you jumping around so happily? The veins on Lu Bu's forehead bulged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely make Ling Han suffer so much that he would wish he was dead. Of course, he didn't even think that Ling Han could possibly become a mid-rank alchemist. With his uncle's reputation, it was still rather easy for him to deal with a low-rank alchemist. Very soon, 3 mid-rank alchemists arrived. This was the imperial capital, and though the number of mid-rank alchemists could not be said to be overwhelming, it was at least 10 times more than in other cities. Now that they were in place, Ling Han took out his own ingredients. In any case, the pill refined was his. He skillfully picked through the ingredients, then activated the formation and began refining. 2 hours passed, and he naturally succeeded easily. The 3 mid-rank alchemists appraised it, and all revealed shocked expressions. Not only did he succeed, but the quality was also shockingly high. Such a young man who was not even 20 years old had actually become a mid-rank alchemist. Look at them, which one of them was not in their 50s or 60s? Comparing oneself to others would only cause one to die of anger. Meanwhile, Lu Bu felt a strong chill. He had never expected that Ling Han could really become a mid-rank alchemist. This was too outrageous, too outrageous. He naturally regretted it. Why had he gone to provoke Ling Han? He really had a foul mouth. However, he could not lower himself to beg for mercy from Ling Han. In any case, his uncle was also a mid-rank alchemist, and was not weaker than Ling Han. Moreover, he was much more senior, so as long as he did not provoke Ling Han in the future, the latter would not dare to do anything to him. Ling Han smiled, and said, I want to continue to be certified as a high-rank alchemist. No one spoke, but everyone looked at Ling Han as if they were looking at a madman. Was this not a joke? This kind of gaze, this kind of reaction, Ling Han had already seen it many times. Who asked him to be the alchemy emperor? He could always create miracles. Nobody could stop an alchemist from getting certified as long as it was within the rules. Therefore, someone immediately went to invite a high-rank alchemist. This required some time. Even the headquarters only had about 10 high-rank alchemists, and all of them were researching alchemy. They were the kind that would lock themselves up for days and nights at a time. After an hour, 3 high-rank alchemists finally came over unwillingly. If that mid-rank alchemist did not succeed, they would definitely give him a good beating for daring to interrupt their research. President. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, everyone turned to look at a short old man. This person was the president of the Alchemy Society, Qi Liandong, the only alchemist in the capital, and also in the entire Black North country. Qi Liandong nodded slightly at the crowd. When he heard that someone was going to be certified as a high-rank alchemist, he was naturally alarmed. Especially since this was a youth that was not even 20 years old. He was filled with anticipation. Greetings, President. The three high-rank alchemists also bowed respectfully. It could be said that every high-rank alchemist in Black North country had received Qi Liandong's guidance. Without his selfless guidance, they would not have their current achievements. Therefore, Qi Liandong's reputation was very, very high. Young man, do you have confidence? Qi Liandong asked Ling Han. End of chapter. Chapter 3305. A good story. Ling Han gave an "oh" and said, "It's nothing." Hiss, this was a big deal. Everyone shook their heads. There were only over 40 high-grade alchemists in the whole of Black North country, and which one of them wasn't an old man over 100 years old? It was already inconceivable that a young man like him could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and he was still so nonchalant. Qi Liandong's gaze shifted, and he said, "Are you Ling Han from Hidden Tiger City?" He finally remembered that before Hidden Tiger City was destroyed, they had once sent an application to the headquarters to apply for a young man named Ling Han to become a high-grade alchemist. However, after the news was sent back, no one dared to believe it, and only thought that the Hidden Tiger City branch had made a mistake. However, before the two sides had finished communicating, Hidden Tiger City was finished, so this matter became an unsolved case. With a flash of inspiration, Qi Liandong immediately connected Ling Han with that person from Hidden Tiger City. Ling Han smiled, and said, "I indeed came from Hidden Tiger City." When he said this, the three high-grade alchemists all gave an "oh" and looked enlightened. Of course they had the right to know about this matter. The others didn't understand, and didn't know why Qi Liandong would suddenly say such a thing. Let's begin. Qi Liandong waved his hand. At first, he didn't believe that a young man in his 20s could become a high-grade alchemist, but now he was at least 90% convinced. However, just his belief was useless. Ling Han had to prove it with action, or else he wouldn't be able to convince the others. Ling Han set up the array, and immediately began work. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that alchemy was something that took a lot out of one's mind. Normally, one could only concoct one cauldron a day, but Ling Han not only concocted 2 cauldrons in a row, but also wanted to concoct a 3rd cauldron. If he could succeed even like that, then there really was no justice in the world. But the justice in the world was playing out right before their eyes. Ling Han controlled the array precisely, and there was no sign of the cauldron exploding. This, everyone felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster was this? Even Qi Liandong was a little moved. Although he already believed that Ling Han had this kind of ability, it was really inconceivable that he could still concoct such a high-grade alchemical pill so easily. 2 hours later, the pill was ready. The 3 high-grade alchemists appraised the pills one by one, and very quickly came to a conclusion. Not only had Ling Han successfully concocted the pills, the quality of the pills he had concocted was also very high. Immediately, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Heavens, the Alchemist Society actually produced a high-grade alchemist that wasn't even 20 years old. This time, they were not weaker than the Array Dao Association, because they had Hong Tianbu. He was only 23 years old, but he was already a high-level array master. In comparison, the Pill Dao Association was simply trash. However, the appearance of Ling Han changed everything. A high-level alchemist who was not even 20 years old, even Hong Tianbu had to be ashamed of his inferiority, though the two of them were completely not in the same realm. The corners of Rubel's mouth twitched as he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Around him, everyone deliberately maintained a distance of at least 10 feet. Many people saw it. Lu Bu was shouting at Ling Han. Would Ling Han not settle the score with him? Putting aside the fact that Rubel was only a mid-grade alchemist, even if it was a high-grade alchemist, everyone would still lean towards Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. Ling Han was too young, and his future was limitless. If they really had to bet on one person, it would definitely be Ling Han. Everyone looked at Rubel as if they were looking at a dead man. After offending a high-grade alchemist, could he still mingle in the Alchemist Association headquarters? Ha ha ha. Qi Liandong laughed loudly. He was too happy. He personally walked over and held on to Ling Han's hand. The importance he placed on Ling Han was obvious. He made a speech that made everyone's blood boil. The gist of it was that the Alchemist Association had a Ling Han, and they no longer had to worry about being mocked by the Array Dao Association for not having any prodigies. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. If Qi Liandong knew that he was also a prodigy of arrays, what kind of expression would he have on his face? Forget it, it was better not to say it. Ling Han didn't just want to obtain the title of a high-grade alchemist. He also wanted to obtain more pill formulas. After becoming a high-grade alchemist, Ling Han obtained a huge amount of authority. He could browse through all kinds of high-grade pill formulas. In reality, there were only 7 types of pill formulas that he currently couldn't see. 5 of them were at the Grandmaster level, while the other 2 were high-grade. He would need to stay in the Alchemist Association for many years, or make great contributions before he could unlock them. Ling Han didn't need to use high-grade pills for the time being. Thus, he wasn't in too much of a rush. He could take it slow. After staying in the Alchemist Association for a day, he memorized all the pill formulas. He wasn't allowed to use his AI to record them down. If it was discovered, he would be severely punished. He could only memorize them in his mind. If he forgot them, he could just look at them again when he came back. Ling Han returned to the academy. His focus was still on the academy. He hadn't even warmed his seat when Xianyuan Dinghua came to visit. Ling Han, did you receive any notice? He asked. What notice? Ling Han asked. Huh? You haven't received any notice? That's impossible. With your strength, you should have received the notice, Xianyuan Dinghua muttered, clearly confused. Ling Han laughed. What exactly is it? Don't just tell me half of it. Oh. Xianyuan Dinghua nodded. Yesterday, His Majesty the Sacred Emperor decided to hold a grand hunting competition. Apart from the young princes, there will also be the descendants of the various ministers, as well as the most outstanding students of the academy. His Majesty the Sacred Emperor will personally select a martial technique most suited to the person who takes first place. Xianyuan Dinghua's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to start the competition right now so he could seize the initiative. Ling Han, did you hear that? The most suitable martial technique for you. He shook Ling Han's shoulder, almost causing Ling Han's bones to fall apart. All right. I understand. Ling Han nodded. It's a pity that you didn't receive the notification, so you won't be able to participate. Xianyuan Dinghua sighed, then smiled. That's fine. I'll have one less competitor. Ling Han rolled his eyes. Don't you think it's too much to say that in front of me? If worst comes to worst, I'll treat you to a drink after I win first place. Xianyuan Dinghua laughed heartily, then frowned. However, there will definitely be countless competitors this time. Although the young princes aren't as talented as His Majesty's first few sons, they are still the sons of the Holy Emperor. Their bloodlines are clear for all to see, and their strength cannot be underestimated. There's also Qin Xingho and the rest. It's not just these guys. I think even my brothers will participate. Who can resist the temptation of the Elysian Emperor's personal inheritance? Although Hong Tianbu had the reputation of being a heaven-suppressing monster, no one had ever believed that he would one day surpass the current Saint Emperor. In everyone's eyes, His Majesty was no longer a human, but a god. Chapter 3306. Ling Han also felt that it was strange. Since the outstanding students of the school were also qualified to participate in the hunting competition, why hadn't he received the notice? Was he not outstanding? Or was it that someone was deliberately trying to disqualify him? "I'll help you check," Xianyuan Dinghua said immediately. He valued this business partner very much. If he wanted to achieve great things in the future, he definitely could not do without Ling Han's help. An outstanding alchemist was the world's strongest support. He left in a hurry. Ling Han had nothing to do, so he began to concoct pills. After concocting 2 batches, he suddenly received a message on his optical computer. He looked at it and saw that it was from a seller. There was bitter bone skin for sale. This was one of the 8 ingredients needed to concoct the antidote for the soul separation pill. Ling Han asked for the price and the seller offered 4 million. It was very expensive, or even not worth it. Bitter bone skin was rare, but it did not have much use. Ling Han did not care. The last thing he lacked was money. He made an appointment with the seller. Because the seller was also in the capital, they decided to start the transaction the next afternoon. At noon the next day, after Ling Han had his lunch, he set off with the little perverted pig. He had to be prepared. What if the person had dug a trap for him? Although the pig did not have much combat ability, its defense was very strong. It could block a bullet for him. Of course, the pig did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, it would definitely go berserk. However, even if it went berserk, it would be useless. Could it resist Ling Han? Ling Han took a car and arrived at the place they had agreed on. Why was he so careful? Because the other party only allowed him to decide the time, but insisted on him deciding the location. This was a bit inappropriate. Other than the pig, Ling Han had 4 weapon-nurturing leaves and the spirit-nourishing gourd. This gave him enough confidence to make this trip. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place. It was very remote. The buildings were very low and dilapidated. The people walking on the road were also very shabby. It gave Ling Han the first impression that this was a slum. "Young man, do you really want to get off here?" the driver asked. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's quite chaotic here. Theft, robbery, and even murder happen often." Ling Han smiled. "It's all right, I can protect myself." "Thank you, uncle." He used his optical computer to transfer the money and got out of the car. The driver shook his head and hurriedly drove away. It was dangerous to stay here any longer. Ling Han carried the little perverted pig and strode forward. This was his first time here, so it was naturally unfamiliar. He had to find a place to stay. His attire was out of place in this place and attracted the attention of many people. However, most of their gazes were fixed on the little perverted pig, their eyes flashing with the light of hunger when they saw food. Gulp gulp. The little perverted pig was enraged. "You actually dared to treat this Lord Pig as food? Are you tired of living?" After searching for a while, Ling Han finally found the agreed place. There was a huge white poplar tree at the entrance. Its crown was at least 10 feet wide. He came to the door and knocked. Soon, the door opened a crack and a head popped out. He first looked left and right before saying to Ling Han, "You are Han Lin?" This was the name Ling Han used on the internet. Ling Han nodded and said, "Yes." "Come in." The person retracted his head and then opened the door for Ling Han to enter. "Hey, so polite. You even brought a little suckling pig." The person glanced at it and couldn't help but lick his lips. He was a little drooling. This was the slum. It was not easy to survive, let alone eat meat. Moreover, it was a little suckling pig. Who would be willing to take out such a small pig to eat? They definitely had to raise it. The little perverted pig immediately became anxious. Have all of you not eaten meat in 3 lifetimes? Those people just stared at it, could be ignored, but now this guy actually dared to say it? Xiao, I jump. The fat pig struggled and jumped out of Ling Han's arms. With a thud, it landed on the ground and ran with all its might to the person's feet. Then, it opened its mouth and bit at him. Hee, we haven't eaten it yet, but it has already started biting. The person laughed. The perverted pig's defense was invincible, but its combat power was only 5 points. It didn't hurt at all. He reached out to grab it. I'll send it to the kitchen immediately. Wash it clean and put it in the pot. The little perverted pig became even more furious. Bite, I'll bite with all my strength, you bastard. Ling Han laughed and reached out to snatch the little perverted pig away. He said, let's talk business first. The person glanced at Ling Han and revealed a look of displeasure. However, he pressed it down and nodded. Okay. After entering the door, there was a small courtyard. After passing through the courtyard, there was the lobby. The lobby was also dilapidated. Even the roof was leaking. If it rained, some of the water would definitely leak into the room. The furniture in the room was very simple. There was only a square table and 4 chairs. A man in his 40s was sitting behind the square table. He was barefooted and had one of his legs placed on another chair. What a ruffian. Ling Han looked at the man and said, Wolf 7. Did you bring the money? The middle-aged man asked instead of answering. Ling Han took off the bag on his back. It was full of jade seeds. The other party had made it clear that he would only accept jade seeds for transactions. This was also another reason why Ling Han didn't trust the other party. He didn't complete the transaction on the platform. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave a record. Ling Han was willing to come because the other party had taken a photo of the bitter bone skin. Beside it was the Imperial Daily that had just been published yesterday. Therefore, it was true that the other party had the bitter bone skin, but the possibility of him wanting to murder for money was also very high. Where's the bitter bone skin? He asked. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Han, took out a black thing from his pocket, wrapped it in a cloth, and put it on the table. The person who had led Ling Han in began to inspect the jade seed. Ling Han took the black cloth, and after unraveling it, he saw that there was something that looked like a bone inside, but the veins were like pig skin. When he sniffed it again, there was a sweet and bitter smell. It was the real thing. It was indeed the bitter bone skin. On the other side, the person also finished checking the jade seeds and nodded to the middle-aged man. Okay, you can go now, the middle-aged man said. This attitude was not very good, but Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He put away the bitter bone skin and turned to leave. Leave the bitter bone skin behind, the middle-aged man said behind him. Ling Han stopped in his tracks and turned around. Oh, why? Leave the bitter bone skin behind and you can walk out alive. Otherwise, you can only leave horizontally, the middle-aged man said lightly. Ling Han sighed and said, I actually don't like fighting with people. I don't like it either. The middle-aged man smiled. It's good that we can reach a consensus. Hee, you can save your life, and we can also save some effort. Oh, right, don't forget to leave the pig behind. He looked at the little perverted pig. I've only heard that roasted suckling pigs are very delicious. Today, I can finally have a feast. Chapter 3308. In the face of Ling Han's words, the 9 people didn't know what expression to make. You really know how to act pretentious. However, Ling Han really did have the qualifications to act pretentious. He made them shiver all over. This person was really too terrifying. It was over. They seemed to have insulted the wrong person. Don't come over. Don't come over. The gun-wielding man pointed the muzzle at Ling Han. Although Ling Han's speed could reach twice the speed of sound, at such a close distance, the speed of a bullet fired from the barrel could reach 3 times the speed of sound. The difference was not big, and there was no way that Ling Han could dodge. Although this was the logic, the gun-wielding man's hands were trembling incessantly. He was really afraid. Beat him to death!" the middle-aged man shouted. Ling Han glanced at him. Noisy. Xiao, his figure moved, and he had already appeared in front of the gun-wielding man. He stretched out his right hand, and everyone only saw a blur before they saw that the gun had already landed in Ling Han's hand. The 9 people's Adam's apple involuntarily moved, and they swallowed with difficulty. Right now, the formation was useless, and the gun had been taken away. What else could they do? Pa, the middle-aged man immediately knelt down and said, Bro, we were just playing with you." Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Open your mouth." The middle-aged man didn't dare not open his mouth. He immediately felt a cold sensation in his mouth, and a cold gun barrel had already been stuffed into it. Instantly, his legs went weak, because he knew the power of this gun. If he were to shoot at his throat like this, his entire head would explode. "Pa!" Ling Han suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man's legs immediately went weak, and he fell to the ground. A fishy smell wafted out. He had actually been scared to the point of peeing his pants. "Oh, I was just joking with you," Ling Han said with a smile. The middle-aged man was about to collapse. He looked at Ling Han with a resentful gaze. "Bro, you're going to scare people to death like this." Ling Han grabbed the gun with both hands, and with a twist, the gun made of fine steel became a lump. Hiss! The 9 of them felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at Ling Han's hands in disbelief. If their arms or necks were to be twisted by these hands, what would happen? Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Come, tell me all the shady things you've done these past few years. If anyone lies, I'll wring his neck." The 9 of them did not dare to keep silent and spat out all the evil deeds they had done over the years. They were originally hooligans here, and they usually did some shady things like bullying people and taking advantage of women. It was nothing much. 7 years ago, the middle-aged man stole a martial art master and was counting his spoils of war in this courtyard. He didn't expect the man to track him down. He begged for mercy, but to no avail. He was slashed by the other party, but he accidentally triggered the formation buried underground, turning the expert into an ice statue. After disposing of the expert's corpse, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of bitter bone skin. He originally wanted to sell it for some money, but then he had an idea. Why not buy on the online platform, and then use the formation to trap and kill? If he sold the bitter bone skin, it would only be a one-time gain. If he could use the bitter bone skin to attract rich people, it would be an endless source of income. Unfortunately, the market for bitter bone skin was too small. After 7 years, including Ling Han, there were only 2 people who had made a deal. Usually, they would also use the formation to harm people, but it was a small business and the income was not high. Even if they added up the money they made today, it would not be as valuable as what Ling Han had made today. Of course, it seemed that today's deal would not be completed, and they would definitely lose money. As Ling Han listened, the killing intent in his heart gradually grew. Although these 9 people did not have much strength, they had done a lot of evil. Because this was the slums, no one cared if people died, so they often killed people for fun. Moreover, the number of women they had defiled was not small. Now, 2 of them were still locked in the backyard. "Tell me, why should I let you live?" he asked. Spare me. Someone only cared about kowtowing and begging for mercy. This answer does not satisfy me. Ling Han pointed his finger, and the force passed through. Pa, the person's head immediately exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Of the 9 people, only 8 were left now. "What about you?" Ling Han looked at the second person. "Grandpa, I'll be your little brother." "I'll hit whoever you tell me to hit," that person said. Pa, Ling Han pointed his finger again, and the person's head also exploded. I'm still not satisfied. Ling Han shook his head, then looked at the third person. What about you? The third person was so scared that he wet his pants. His lips trembled, but he could not speak at all. Pa, Ling Han pointed his finger mercilessly, and the person immediately became a headless corpse. What about you? He asked the fourth person. Ignore him, he's completely fooling us. The middle-aged man could tell. No matter what, he will kill us. Ling Han clapped his hands and said, finally, there's someone smart. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Someone broke down and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. Ling Han looked at him and said, I believe you've heard these words many times, but who did you spare? Even though the strongest among them did not surpass 10 meridians, there were at least 90 people who had died at the hands of these 9 people. They were truly evil. Do you have any last words? Ling Han asked. Spare me, spare me. Unfortunately, there were not many people who were unyielding. Apart from the middle-aged man, the others were only begging for mercy. Ling Han did not have the slightest bit of sympathy, and pointed his finger again and again. Pu, Piu, Piu, the 6 people fell one by one, all turning into headless corpses. He came to the rear courtyard, and saw that there were 2 beds inside, and 2 naked women were lying on them, their hands and feet still tied up. Seeing him come in, the 2 women did not have any reaction at all, as if they were already numb. Ling Han sighed, and walked over to cut the ropes binding their hands and feet with his broken sword. Then he said gently, it's fine now, go home. He left some jade seeds for the 2 women, and then walked into the courtyard and began to dig. He was very interested in the formation in the courtyard, so he wanted to dig out the formation base. After a while, he showed a look of surprise. Because not only was there only one formation base, it was also pitifully small, just a small disc. Many formation patterns had been worn off on it. Another one passed down from the ancient times. Ling Han took out the disc. He did not know what it was made of, but it was very heavy. He did not stay here for long, and put the disc into the Qi nurturing gourd, and immediately set off for the academy. Returning to his own courtyard, Ling Han finally took out the disc to study it. This material was like metal, but also like stone. When it was exposed to light, it had a kind of beautiful jade luster. It seemed that high-level formation patterns all needed to be inscribed on special materials. Ling Han looked at the formation pattern again. This was definitely not drawn by blood. If he had to guess, it was more likely to be the juice of a kind of plant. Interesting. He stroked the disc, and deduced the combination effect of the formation pattern. After a while, he showed a look of surprise, because even if the large number of formation patterns on this disc had been worn off, the remaining formation patterns were still enough to unleash the power of the engravement realm. It was completely because the method of activation was wrong, which was why it could only unleash the power of the extreme bone realm, and it was only the power of one bone. Chapter 3309. Ling Han was secretly thankful for his luck. If those ruffians were able to display the full power of the formation, then he would have a headache. But if that didn't work out, he still had the energy-nourishing gourd, and the perverted pig could also block the knife for him. Humph. The perverted pig seemed to have sensed his thoughts and rolled his eyes. Ling Han continued to study the formation. He believed that if he was given a few more days, he would definitely be able to grasp it. That night, Xianyuan Dinghua came again. Ling Han. He strode in, his face full of anger. What is it? Ling Han asked with a smile. I've already investigated. Someone has indeed removed your qualifications, Xianyuan Dinghua said. The current Saint Emperor had personally issued an order, yet someone dared to act recklessly? Xianyuan Dinghua shook his head. If the Saint Emperor had personally spoken, then naturally no one would dare touch your name. More importantly, His Majesty the Saint Emperor still doesn't know of your existence. Who can participate in the grand hunting competition is completely up to Lord Yang. Lord Yang can be said to have power over the entire court, but if a few princes were to interfere, it would be a simple matter to remove a name. I believe that Lord Yang wouldn't deliberately pay attention to your matters. The Lord Yang he spoke of was obviously the current Minister of Imperial Affairs, Yang Bai. Ling Han was baffled. I haven't met any of the princes yet, why would any of them target me? Could it be that his title of second place in the Hongtian steppes had provoked some of the princes? To tell the truth, he didn't like the title of second place in the Hongtian steppes. He was himself, and didn't need anyone to help him gain fame. Moreover, he believed that he could definitely surpass the Hongtian steppes. Xianyuan Dingwa shook his head. I was also very puzzled, so I went to investigate a bit more. Only then did I find out that there was another person behind this matter. Who? Feng Ruoxian. Damn, it was actually this woman? Ling Han was startled. He only owed Feng Ruoxian a favor, and did not owe her anything, but the latter repaid his kindness with enmity, and was now dragging him down. He had the urge to beat someone up. This woman was too disgusting, what a waste of her pure appearance. Ling Han, didn't you and Feng Ruoxian both come from Hidden Tiger City? How did you become enemies? Xianyuan Dingwa asked. Ling Han shook his head. I just didn't agree to be her subordinate, and she already hates me. Xianyuan Dingwa's jaw dropped. She's so vengeful. He had seen Feng Ruoxian before. This girl was gentle and graceful, making people feel extremely comfortable. How could her heart be so ugly? Yes. Ling Han nodded. Although he already knew that Feng Ruoxian would be unhappy after being rejected, he never thought that she would bite the hand that fed her to this extent. The princes have joined hands to blacklist you. That won't be easy, said Xianyuan Dingwa. Ling Han nodded. Although Feng Ruoxian was the driving force behind the scenes, and she was nothing in the imperial capital, but with the princes stepping forward, who would dare to stand up for Ling Han? Although these princes were not strong contenders for the throne, they were still of the Saint Emperor's bloodline. Who would dare to openly disobey them? Forget it, it's just a matter of one martial technique. Xianyuan Dingwa patted Ling Han's shoulder and comforted him. If he was Marshal Xianyuan, there would be no need for him to care about these low-ranked princes. He could say whatever he wanted. However, he was only one of the many children of Marshal Xianyuan, and not the most outstanding one at that. How could he dare to stand up for them? Moreover, even if he was willing to stand up for justice, those princes wouldn't need to give him any face. Ling Han nodded to Xianyuan Dingwa. Thank you. He was holding back his anger. The more someone wanted to mess with him, the more he would retaliate. No, he definitely couldn't let this matter go on like this. The next morning, Ling Han went to the Formation Guild headquarters. Formation masters weren't like alchemists. They also had combat abilities, so they had the qualifications to participate in the grand hunting competition. Of course, they had to be outstanding. They couldn't use any random cat or dog to make up the numbers. Ling Han came to find Shen Hao and asked him to help him get a qualification to participate in the competition. Shen Hao was the president of the Formation Guild headquarters. The only person who wouldn't give him face was the current emperor. It wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress a few low-ranked princes. Kid, come, let's go to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Shen Hao was very excited. Zhong Feiyang stood beside him. This old man couldn't forget to go to the Alchemist Guild headquarters to show off. Ling Han gritted his teeth. This was going to be very awkward. Forget it, he was both an array master and an alchemist. So what? President, I want to ask you for a favor, Ling Han said. What is it? Shen Hao nodded. Ling Han smiled. I want to ask President to help me get a qualification to participate in the grand hunting competition. You're an array master. Why do you want to join in the fun? Shen Hao was a little curious. Although array masters had strong combat abilities, because setting up an array required time, they were only suitable to be used as support. Or they could be protected by martial artists during the empty period of setting up the array. But during the grand hunting competition, everyone could only rely on their own strength. Who would help you? I'm just going to take a look. Ling Han smiled and didn't say much. All right. Chen Hao agreed. He really admired this genius array master. Anyway, this was just a small matter. He just had to ask for it. He still had this little bit of face. Let's go. He waved his hand and brought Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang out. Naturally, there was a special car to send them to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. The distance between the two headquarters wasn't too far. It only took them about 20 minutes to reach the place. Chen Hao was the first to get out of the car. Looking at the Alchemy headquarters building, he couldn't help but chuckle. Today, he was going to completely convince Qi Liandong that Hong Tianbu wasn't a true array master. Greetings, Grandmaster Chen. The president of the Formation Guild headquarters personally came. The guard at the door hurriedly bowed respectfully. Such an important person was naturally known by everyone. Moreover, it wasn't the first time the old man came here. Qi Liandong was the same. He had been to the Formation Guild headquarters many times. The two old men had been fighting for half their lives. Chen Hao didn't bother and walked straight in. The guard didn't dare to stop him. He was very familiar with the place. Very quickly, he brought Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang to Qi Liandong's study. He didn't even knock and directly pushed the door open. Old man Chen. Qi Liandong's back was facing them, but he immediately revealed Sun Hao's identity. Other than Chen Hao, no one else would be so rude. Old man Qi, I'm here today to convince you. Chen Hao said proudly. With his position, he was already below only one person. Even the Grand Elder, the four marshals, and Grand Tutor Hong couldn't control him. Moreover, he didn't like power. The only thing he cared about was the status of researching Array Dao and Array Dao. In Xianbei country, Array Dao and Pill Dao were both powerful aids. However, Chen Hao naturally wasn't convinced. He felt that Array Dao was more outstanding. Thus, he had always disliked Qi Liandong and the Alchemist Guild. Qi Liandong immediately turned around. When his gaze swept past Ling Han, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 33:10. When Qi Liandong saw Ling Han, he was naturally startled. Why would he appear here? Could it be that Ling Han was about to ask him for a pill recipe and ended up meeting Chen Hao? Who cares, he was going to show off Ling Han in front of Chen Hao anyway, saving him the trouble of calling for more people. Old man Chen, where did your courage come from? Qi Liandong asked coldly. He. Chen Hao laughed. He was waiting for Qi Liandong to ask. If he didn't, how could he act cool? He cleared his throat and said, Old man Qi, let me ask you, does your alchemy association have any mid-rank pill refiners below the age of 30? No. Qi Liandong said without hesitation. Indeed, there wasn't any. There was only a high-rank pill refiner below the age of 20. You'll be shocked to death when I tell you. Coincidentally, our Array Dao Association has one. Chen Hao entered the stage of acting cool. Oh. Qi Liandong sneered in his heart. A mere mid-rank array master? I thought it would be some big move. Let this old man introduce you. Chen Hao pushed Zhong Feiyang out and said, This kid is called Zhong Feiyang. He's only 26 years old this year and is a mid-rank array master. Qi Liandong took another look at Zhong Feiyang, and nodded. Indeed, a 26-year-old middle-level array master could be said to be extremely freakish. However, he could not compare to Hong Butian, nor could he compare to Ling Han. Not bad. He said. At this time, he naturally had to show off. The next slap in the face would be even more painful. Chen Hao chuckled and said, Old man Qi, you also think this kid is not bad? Hee hee, there's more. He pushed Ling Han out and said, this kid is. Old man Chen, quickly let go. Are you going to attack a junior? You're too shameless. Qi Liandong saw this and immediately panicked. He was afraid that Chen Hao would harm Ling Han. Chen Hao was startled. This is my Array Dao Association's genius. Why would I attack him? What's wrong with old Qi? Is he out of his mind? This is my Alchemy Association's genius. Qi Liandong shouted again. These words immediately stunned Chen Hao. What? Ling Han is a genius of your alchemy society? Old Qi, aren't you being too shameless? Even if you are jealous of my Array Dao Association's geniuses, you can't turn white into black and say that they are from your family. Old man Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a member of my Array Dao Association. He emphasized. Bullshit. Qi Liandong was infuriated. This was clearly a high-leveled alchemist of the Alchemy Association, and he was only 19 years old this year. He was an unimaginably talented genius, and yet he dared to say that he was from the Array Dao Association. This clearly belongs to my Alchemy Association. He roared. You're the one who's farting. This belongs to our Array Dao Association. Chen Hao didn't hold back. It wasn't like he hadn't done so before. The two old men, whose ages added up to more than 200 years old, shouted with flushed faces and raised their necks, wishing they could strangle each other. Zhong Feiyang was dumbfounded. In his opinion, this was a farce. Because this was something that couldn't be more obvious, and the truth could easily be revealed. Why did Qi Liandong say that? He would be exposed in an instant. Let go. Only now did you let go. The two old men each pulled on one of Ling Han's arms, wanting to pull Ling Han to their side. Zhong Feiyang said, Ling Han, why don't you explain? This was a very simple matter, but the two big shots didn't think of it. Ling Han bared his teeth and said, this. How should I say this? I am indeed a mid-level array master of the Array Dao Association. What? Qi Liandong jumped in shock. Was this a joke? Weren't you a high-leveled alchemist of my family? Why are you a mid-level array master? Old man Qi, did you hear that? Chen Hao was very pleased. He really didn't know why Qi Liandong was arguing with him. Wasn't this a very obvious matter? Ling Han chuckled and said, President Chen, I am also a high-leveled alchemist of the Alchemy Association. When he said that, Chen Hao's mouth was wide open, and he looked like an idiot. The two big shots had seen all kinds of situations, but now they were both stunned. They really didn't believe that someone could have shocking talent in two aspects at the same time. Although they ridiculed, undermined, and compared each other, after so many years, how could they not understand each other? Although they fought, they actually appreciated each other and believed that the other was not a liar. Zhong Feiyang was also dumbfounded. What was going on? His intelligence seemed to be a bit lacking. You really are a mid-level array master. You really are a high-leveled alchemist. The two old men asked at the same time. Ling Han nodded and said, I am both a mid-level array master and a high-leveled alchemist. Both are correct. Qi Liandong and Chen Hao exchanged a look and said at the same time, let go. Only now did you let go. This is a genius of my family's Array Dao Association. Get lost, Ling Han is a high-leveled alchemist, why the hell would he care about a mid-level array master? Nonsense, I will personally nurture him next. I guarantee that in 3 years, no, in 1 year, I will make this kid a high-leveled alchemist. Boast, you can boast as much as you want. In 3 years, I can even make him a grandmaster alchemist. The two old men fought with no regard for their image, both wanting to pull Ling Han to their side. What a joke, a young man who was not even 20 years old was able to achieve such achievements in both the Array Dao and Alchemy Dao. If he focused on one of them, his future would be limitless. Perhaps, there would be a grandmaster below 30 years old. Don't you already have Hongtian steps? Go find your array Dao genius, Qi Liandong said. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Hongtian steps was infatuated with martial art, and he only focused on the array Dao to make it easier for him to explore ancient sites. How could he possibly put all his energy into it? Hongtian steps is Hongtian steps, Linghan is Linghan, why should I give in to you? Qi Liandong sneered and said, just because Linghan is a high-leveled alchemist now, it means that he has a better future in the alchemy Dao. So, it's better not to waste time with you. Bullshit, if Linghan put all his energy into the array Dao, he would naturally have become a high-leveled alchemist long ago. Chen Hao naturally could not back down. The two old men once again blew their beards and glared at each other, as if they wanted to kill each other with their eyes. Zhong Feiyang felt as if he was dreaming. These two were the most powerful people below the Saint Emperor, and yet they were arguing so fiercely. Where was the modesty of important people? And all of this was because of a young man who was not even 20 years old. He was also extremely shocked. Ling Han was actually a high-leveled alchemist. To be honest, he was still a little unconvinced that he had lost to Ling Han before, thinking that he might not have adjusted his condition to the best. But now, he was completely convinced. Probably anyone would be convinced. Was there such a monstrous guy? Ling Han smiled and said, Presidents, there's no need to fight. I'm an alchemist and an array master. There's no conflict. What do you mean there's no conflict? The two old men shouted at the same time. Chapter 33:12. For things like weapons, it did not matter how expensive the materials were. As long as one was willing to pay, they could definitely be obtained. This was not a magic tool. Thus, Summon Snow quickly returned and told Ling Han that the weapon shop had already accepted his order. They would get to work overnight and would definitely receive it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Ling Han nodded. Then he could only wait until tomorrow. He continued to comprehend the formation patterns. This was really broad and profound, making him feel like he needed to study it for a lifetime. A night passed. After Ling Han finished his early morning cultivation, he found that he could no longer advance. He really had to cultivate to the end of the first transformation. Ling Han was not in a hurry to break through. His realm was rising too quickly. He needed time to stabilize his foundation, but this did not require too much time. Originally, he planned to break through to the second transformation before participating in the big hunting competition. He did not expect to develop the trump card of mental power. This made breaking through to the next realm not so urgent. It was better to completely consolidate the realm before breaking through. This was the safest way. In the afternoon, Summon Snow went to get the weapons. She quickly brought back 9 shining small swords. They were only the length of a finger. The swords were extremely slender and light. The overall shape was completely streamlined. If they flew in the air, it would greatly reduce the resistance. Ling Han tried to cut with the tip of the sword. Sparks immediately appeared on the stone, and he easily cut a shallow mark. Young master, the shop said that this is made of Xuanhe gold. It is a special metal. The little maid said, I took a look. Only this meets young master's requirements. The material itself is light and hard. After polishing, it is incomparably sharp. But, it's so expensive. She immediately revealed a pained expression. 9 swords actually cost more than 2 million Xianbei coins. This was simply robbery. However, Ling Han revealed a smile, worth it. This money is worth it. Haha. He used his telekinesis to grab a small sword and threw it out. It continuously accelerated. Two. The speed of the sword skyrocketed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The small sword shot into the wall and directly broke a small hole. With a thud, it stabbed into the opposite wall, and then it stopped. Ling Han leaped over and pulled out the small sword. The tip of the sword was still intact, without the slightest bit of damage. It was indeed hard. He was very satisfied, but it was not easy to test it in this group of houses, so he went to the forest behind, where there were many stones. Xiao, the flying sword rose again, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, and instantly pierced through a rock that was more than a foot thick. What terrifying lethality! He would slap anyone who told him that he couldn't kill people with his mental power. Is 3 times the speed of sound the limit? Ling Han muttered. Although this power was not weak, as long as a Paramount Bone Realm martial artist could react in time, they would still be able to send the flying sword flying with a single punch. The speed of the attack was definitely faster than the movement speed of the body, so being unable to dodge the attack didn't mean that it couldn't be sent flying. There's a saying that lightning strikes the ears. If this sword's speed can be so fast that even if the eyes can see it, they won't be able to raise their hands in time. Then, even if it's a direct attack, how can the opponent block it? Ling Han muttered. His eyes brightened, and with a wave of his right hand, the small sword flew out again. His telekinesis continued to propel it. This was the fusion of his secret power, physical strength, and telekinesis. The most unique aspect of mental power was that it ignored distance. As long as it was within the range of telekinesis, it could reach with a single thought. Thus, under the propulsion of telekinesis, the flying sword, which had already reached 2 times the speed of sound, began to accelerate. In an instant, it reached 3 times the speed of sound, then more than 3 times the speed of sound, and finally, it reached 4 times the speed of sound. This was the limit. Unless Ling Han's mental power increased again, or he was able to obtain lighter materials, he would not be able to continue increasing the speed of the flying sword. Even a Paramount Bone Realm martial artist would find it difficult to block a frontal attack at 4 times the speed of sound. Ling Han nodded, very satisfied. He also tried to shoot all 9 swords at the same time. However, even shooting 2 swords at the same time would greatly reduce the power, and was far less threatening than shooting 1 sword at the same time. Forget it, before his telekinesis reached its peak, he would just use 1 sword first. He returned to his residence and calmed his mind to prepare. It was not for hunting, but to stabilize his foundation. When he felt that it was complete and flawless, he would attempt to break through to the 2nd level. Time passed quietly, and it was already the day of the hunt. Naturally, he would not walk there, but instead called for a carriage. The palace was at the head of the dragon in the capital city, and the royal hunting ground was at the tail of the dragon. It would take some time to rush there from the Imperial Capital Academy, and even driving there took more than 2 hours. The carriage could not get too close, so it stopped at a distance. The royal hunting ground was a restricted area, and even the 4 marshals could not barge in for no reason, let alone the commoners. Ling Han walked leisurely, and soon arrived at the entrance of the hunting ground, which was heavily guarded. Before he could enter, he saw a carriage driving over, overtaking him, and stopping at the entrance. The door of the carriage opened, and a servant girl in green came down first. She took out a ladder and placed it on the ground, and only then did a beauty in white walk out. The mountain wind blew, and her white dress fluttered, as if she was dancing, and there was a kind of ethereal air about her. However, when Ling Han glanced at the woman in white, he instantly revealed a displeased expression. This was because this woman with an extremely dense ethereal air was Feng Ruoxian. She slowly descended to the ground, and the soldiers in front immediately cupped their fists and bowed to her, appearing very respectful. This was a countess personally conferred by the Saint Emperor, and was the only one in the capital city. Although she did not have any real power, in a sense, she was a relative of the emperor. Feng Ruoxian was gentle and tactful to everyone, and she responded with a smile, causing those soldiers to feel flattered. How could there be such a gentle and amiable woman? She really knew how to act. Only now did Feng Ruoxian take a glance at Ling Han, and her charming face was filled with astonishment. What was going on? Why did she meet Ling Han here? Didn't she already ask the princes to disqualify Ling Han? Why was this guy here again? Did he think that he could enter just by coming here and pleading with someone? Naive. She really wanted to walk over and mock Ling Han. Back then, he had rejected her recruitment, and now he knew how to suffer. However, in front of everyone, she had the appearance of a gentle fairy. How could she destroy her image and reveal her vicious side? Little Sister Xian was right here. A young man walked out from the hunting ground. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old, and he was very handsome. His entire body was surging with vitality, and he gave off a kind of oppressive feeling. All the soldiers immediately bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness." Feng Ruoxian also revealed a smile and said, "Big Brother Deyang." This young man was the current emperor's 94th son, and his name was Chen Deyang. Chen Deyang was very arrogant. He walked over and first glanced at Ling Han, and then asked Feng Ruoxian, "Who is he? Why are you looking at him?" He was extremely jealous. Chapter 33:13. Feng Ruoxian purposely said, "Big Brother Deyang, he's Ling Han." Chen Deyang looked at Ling Han with a sharp glint in his eyes and a murderous look on his face. He had heard from Feng Ruoxian that there was someone from Hidden Tiger City who had been harassing her all this time. She didn't make a fuss about it because he was one of them, but she was still very vexed. Now, this person actually dared to come to the Imperial hunting grounds? How audacious of him. He smiled at Feng Ruoxian and said, "Sister Xian, leave this matter to this prince." After saying so, he strode towards Ling Han. Because he had the status of an imperial prince, there were immediately 4 soldiers following him to ensure his safety. "You, kneel." Chen Deyang pointed at Ling Han when he was less than a meter away from Ling Han, his face full of disdain. Ling Han thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "94th Highness." No matter who it was, even if it was the 4 marshals or the chairman, they had to call Chen Deyang Your Highness. This was etiquette. Etiquette couldn't be lacking, or it would give others a bad impression. He then asked, "There is no such thing as kneeling in the Empire's etiquette. Even in front of the Sage Emperor, one only needs to bow. Does Your Highness want me to kneel because I want to be above the Sage Emperor?" Although the current Sage Emperor's martial arts were outstanding, he didn't practice personal worship. No one needed to kneel when they saw him. This was also something that Ling Han admired greatly. Chen Deyang couldn't help but be startled by this question. If there was really a rumor that he wanted to surpass the Sage Emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his head from the condemnation of the ministers. In this world, anyone who wanted to surpass the Sage Emperor would be guilty of the most heinous crimes. The Sage Emperor was a god. He hurriedly said, "Nonsense. Oh, so that's not what Your Highness meant. In that case, I misunderstood." "I won't kneel," Ling Han said coolly. Chen Deyang stared blankly once more. If he had to kneel, then he would have to surpass the Saint Emperor. But as soon as he denied it, the other party would completely erase the matter of kneeling. Something didn't seem right. When Feng Ruoxian saw this, she couldn't help but shake her head in her heart. Chen Deyang was completely defeated in this first exchange. "Brother Deyang, didn't you ask him to kneel because he trespassed into the hunting ground?" She couldn't help asking. Otherwise, Chen Deyang would be led by the nose by Ling Han. "That's right." Chen Deyang immediately nodded, regaining his arrogance. "This is the imperial family's forbidden ground. It's not a place you can trespass. Hurry up and kneel before this prince and await punishment." Ling Han did not even look at Feng Ruoxian. It was just a clown, why should he care? He smiled and said, "Your Highness must have misunderstood. I received a notice and came here to participate in the hunting meet. Why would I trespass?" "Nonsense." Chen Deyang immediately jumped up. "You're not on the list at all." "Oh, how did Your Highness know?" Ling Han spread his hands. "It's very simple. Your Highness just needs to check and you'll know." "There's no need to check. If this prince says you're not on the list, then you're not on the list, Chen Deyang said resolutely. Ling Han ignored him and looked at one of the soldiers. Logically, you should verify the identity of the visitor, right? That soldier couldn't help but look at his three companions. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Then come and check my identity, Ling Han said with a smile. Chen Deyang still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Feng Ruoxian. This woman said, if you let him try, he definitely won't be able to pass. It'll also prove his crime of deceiving the emperor. Chen Deyang nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. This was the logic. Why didn't he think of it? He didn't stop them. Instead, he nodded towards the four soldiers. After obtaining Chen Deyang's permission, the four soldiers brought Ling Han to the checkpoint in front. There was a fingerprint scanner here. It was the same as the entrance of the Alchemy and Array Dao headquarters. After verifying his identity, the person who entered would naturally be displayed. Ling Han walked over and pressed his thumb on it. Instantly, a green light flashed. This was entry. Chen Deyang and Feng Ruoxian's mouths were wide open in shock. What was going on? Your Highness, we'll meet again later. Ling Han walked past the checkpoint with large strides. He even waved towards the back. In the second round of confrontation, Chen Deyang lost again. Stop. Chen Deyang immediately jumped up after being stunned. He chased after him and said, you must have done something. It's impossible for you to appear on the list. Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Why would your Highness be so sure about the list? This matter was single-handedly handled by Lord Yang. Chen Deyang panicked and blurted out, because it was me and 97th brother who personally deleted your name. The moment these words left his mouth, he instantly realized something was wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. Feng Ruoxian couldn't help but sigh. The current Saint Emperor's prestige shook the entire universe. He was almost like a god. How could he have such a son? However, the 9 sons of a dragon were all different. His Majesty the Saint Emperor had over 100 sons. It was normal for there to be a few good-for-nothings. Ling Han chuckled and said, so my name was actually crossed off by your Highness. I wonder what I did wrong to cause your Highness to be so angry. Chen Deyang stammered. Could he say that the 4 of them, in order to compete with each other to perform well in front of Feng Ruoxian, had specially made a trip, threatened, and enticed her, so that he and the 97th prince could personally cross off Ling Han's name? If he really said that, he would definitely be punished by the Saint Emperor. Although he was the son of the Saint Emperor, the person he respected the most was this father of his. He feared him to the bones. Your Highness was just joking. Feng Ruoxian walked over with a smile that made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this prince was just joking. Chen Deyang hurriedly said. He wasn't stupid enough to not take advantage of the situation. Ling Han also laughed and said, it's good that you're joking. Otherwise, if rumors spread that your Highness secretly tampered with the list, it would be very detrimental to your Highness's reputation. Chen Deyang could only swallow his pride. At this time, even if he was a prince, he could only admit defeat. Just wait, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. They actually dared to scheme against him. Ling Han turned on his photon computer. After fiddling with it, a voice immediately came out, because it was me and the 97th brother who personally deleted your name. It was Chen Deyang's voice. Fuck. Chen Deyang immediately wanted to rush up and kill him. This guy actually recorded it. He immediately had some misgivings. If he didn't delete the recording, then Ling Han could leak it at any time. It would be very disadvantageous to him. Ling Han smiled at Chen Deyang and said, then, Your Highness, this one will take his leave first. Chen Deyang was like a defeated rooster. He could only watch as Ling Han left. After 3 exchanges, Chen Deyang was completely defeated. End of chapter. Chapter 33:14. Ling Han strode forward. He didn't hate Chen Diang. This kind of hedonistic son wasn't qualified to be in his heart. What he was angry about was Feng Ruoxian. She killed without spilling blood and kept causing trouble. He had originally only hated Feng Ruoxian and planned to never see her again. But now, he had the urge to beat this woman up. After the checkpoint was a long stone road. Both sides were planted with large trees. The green leaves did not seem bleak even though it was winter. Ling Han followed the road for about 10 minutes before a huge plaza appeared in front of him. It was really big, around 1,000 feet in length and width. To the north was a tall platform with a canopy to block the rain and sun. There was no one on the platform, but there were many people standing in the plaza below. They were all young people. Ling Han, why are you here? Xianyuan Dingguo walked over. He was nearby. Ling Han smiled. I got someone to pull some strings, so I'm on the list again. Xianyuan Dingguo was surprised. Ling Han's name had been crossed off by the princes. Who would have the face to add Ling Han back? Wouldn't they be afraid of offending them? No matter what, they had to be at the level of the 4 marshals and Grand Tutor Hong. But the problem was, which one of them would be willing to stand up for Ling Han? The difference in status between the two sides was too great. Ling Han didn't even have the right to let them know his name. Your connections are really strong, he said sincerely. Ling Han chuckled. The chairman of the headquarters. Of course his connections were strong enough. Even the 4 marshals had to give Chen Hao face. Seeing that Ling Han didn't say who this person was, Xianyuan Dingguo didn't ask. Although he was curious, he wouldn't lose his sense of propriety. So many people came today. Xianyuan Dingguo changed the topic. Although the Elysian Emperor said that those in the extreme bone realm shouldn't come and give the opportunity to the young, many people still came. Let's not talk about anything else. My 7th brother is here. He pointed at a man not far away. This 7th son of the Xianyuan clan looked to be in his 30s. He still had a beard and looked very rough, very different from Xianyuan Dingguo. They probably didn't share the same mother. Xianyuan Lesui reached the 5th transformation 10 years ago, Xianyuan Dingguo whispered. Although he hasn't reached the extreme bone realm, he's been at the peak of the 5th transformation for too long. He's cultivated powerful techniques and won. He's not much weaker than Igu. Ling Han nodded. Though it was difficult to break through to the next major tier, the people here were all descendants of engravement tier and even breaking aperture tier, so they naturally had other methods to increase their own abilities. He could not treat them as ordinary cultivators of the 5 changes. Then, are you confident? He asked. Xianyuan Dingguo chuckled. Originally, I was indeed no match for him. After all, he must have refined his mystic power to an even purer level and cultivated some special techniques. However, after obtaining so much purple-yellow honey, my body and stamina have both improved tremendously, so I'm definitely no match for him. Ling Han nodded. That's good. What are you two whispering about? A sweet and charming voice traveled over. An enchanting beauty also appeared, swaying her hips. It was the seductress Yin Xiujing. Xianyuan Dingguo took a step back and maintained a safe distance. This seductress could charm people to death. Provoking her would only bring bad luck. Ling Han smiled and said, I was just saying that Miss Yin has become even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. Oh, little brother Ling is getting better and better at talking. You make big sister so happy. Yin Xiujing's eyes narrowed into slits, causing people's hearts to flutter. It looks like it'll be very difficult to become the champion of the grand hunting competition this time. Qin Xingho walked over. Although they were of different generations, their ages were similar, so they walked very close. Who would have thought that our brothers and sisters would also participate? Tang Yu also walked over. This time, it'll be good if we can enter the top 10. Haha. Xianyuan Dingguo, Qin Xingho, and Yin Xiujing all laughed. They didn't dare to be too confident, but they definitely wouldn't just aim for the top 10. After all, only the champion would receive personal guidance from the Sage Emperor. Apart from the champion, there was no difference between 2nd and 10th place. Ling Han. 4 men walked over. Ling Han didn't recognize 3 of them, but one of them was Chen Diang. He walked at the back, as if he didn't want to meet Ling Han face to face. This was very normal. After all, Ling Han had something on him. "Greetings, your highnesses." Xianyuan Dinghua and the other 3 bowed in unison. The 4 men nodded. Other than Chen Diyang, the other 3 were Chen Jingye, ranked 89th, Chen Xingjie, ranked 91st, and Chen Lixing, ranked 97th. "I really didn't expect that you would appear here," Chen Jingye said coldly. Ling Han smiled. "What's so strange about this one appearing here?" "Humph, it's fine if you didn't come. Since you're here, then be careful." Chen Jingye revealed a cold expression. Hunting is a dangerous thing. An undisguised threat. Ling Han smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This one will be careful." Chen Jingye snorted. He was a little resentful. He originally wanted to scare Ling Han into begging for mercy, but he didn't expect this brat to be so calm. No wonder he dared to pester Feng Ruoxian. His skin was thick and his guts was big enough. He snorted and didn't say anything else. Chen Xingjie continued, "I'll give you a piece of advice. It's better to leave immediately." Chen Lixing smiled. "I think it's better this way. Everyone says that this person is the 2nd Hong Tianbu. This prince would like to experience it for himself." From his expression, it seemed that he didn't think highly of Hong Tianbu. Ling Han shook his head. These 4 princes were spoiled rotten. That's why they were so arrogant. Since Hong Tianbu was hailed as a heaven-suppressing monster, then he must be the real deal. "You're the only one who's awesome, not the 4 of you." His desire to fight instantly dropped to the bottom. He couldn't be bothered to mock these 4 anymore. It was too embarrassing. Hong Tianliang is here," Xianyuan Dinghua suddenly said. Even Chen Jingye and the other 3 princes looked over. Although they spoke with disdain towards Hong Tianbu, the truth was that Hong Tianbu was the strongest genius of the younger generation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became a true giant. In terms of strength, he would be comparable to the 4 great commanders, the Grand Elders, and other veteran experts. Some even speculated that he already had such strength, but he just didn't show it. Thus, as Hong Tianbu's younger brother, Hong Tianliang also received a lot of attention. Ling Han also took a glance and couldn't help but be surprised. Because Hong Tianliang's aura was very unstable, leaking out from his body from time to time. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago. This wasn't strange. What was strange was that this guy's aura was actually black and purple. Chapter 33:16. Brother Ling, once I get first place, I'll eat you as a reward. Yin Xiujing giggled and also leapt off, her colorful dress fluttering in the wind like a butterfly. Demons were indeed demons. They never forgot to tease people. Ling Han was in no hurry. He had 3 days anyway, so he didn't need to fight for that little bit of time. However, in just a few minutes, the hunting scoreboard had changed. Someone had completed the first kill and rushed to first place. Then there was a second, and immediately someone jumped to first place, pushing the previous person down to second place. At the beginning, the changes in the rankings were the most intense. Almost every few minutes, the names of the top 10 and even the top 50 were different. Ling Han had a clear map in his mind. This hunting ground had a total of 3 regions. The first region was mostly filled with meridian opening demonic beasts, but occasionally there were blood transformation demonic beasts as well. In the second region, there were mostly blood transformation demonic beasts, with a small number of meridian opening and ultimate bone demonic beasts. In the third region, it was the world of ultimate bone demonic beasts. However, even in the third region, there were pitifully few ultimate bone demonic beasts. Ling Han's goal was the third region. But to reach the third region, he had to first pass through the first and second regions. He didn't use the flying shuttle steps. Although this would allow him to leave everyone in the dust, it wasn't a good idea to reveal his strength too early, especially when it was obvious that someone was trying to harm him. After passing through this mountain, he entered the second region. In front of him was a huge river. The waves were extremely turbulent, and it was about 300 meters wide. There were no bridges. With the speed of the waves, wanting to swim across it was not very realistic. Other than growing wings and flying across, the only other option was to reach the speed of sound and break through the waves. This naturally excluded all meridian-opening demonic beasts. In a sense, it also guaranteed everyone's safety. After all, there were many blood transformation demonic beasts in the second region. It was too dangerous for meridian-opening demonic beasts. In front of Ling Han, he saw quite a few people using their movement techniques, turning into a wisp of smoke as they stepped on the waves. However, there were some people who were halfway across the river, but with a pang, they were swallowed by the huge waves. The waves were too big. Below the speed of sound, they could only tread on calm water. Under such circumstances, they had to reach or even exceed the speed of sound. Ling Han jumped up. He didn't need to use the shuttle step. His speed had already exceeded the speed of sound. He stepped on the waves and crossed the river. Ong! As soon as he set foot on the river, Ling Han heard the shocking roar of a beast. Previously, the roar had been drowned out by the sound of the waves, but now that he was here, the sound became clearer. Not only were there beast roars, but there were also sounds of fighting. Obviously, someone had already started fighting with the beasts here. Ling Han turned on his photon computer and looked at the rankings. He saw that Xianyuan Dingguo was in first place, but in the blink of an eye, he was pushed down to second place, and Hong Tianliang was in first place. He smiled and moved on. Although they were both hunting demonic beasts, the difference in points between the Meridian Opening Realm and the Blood Transformation Realm was naturally huge. So Blood Transformation Realm cultivators couldn't hunt Meridian Opening Realm demonic beasts and rely on numbers to win. Let alone 100, they only needed to kill one. There weren't that many demonic beasts lining up for you to kill. Similarly, if you could kill a Paramount Bone Realm demonic beast, you'd naturally get more points. Ling Han didn't fight for this bit of time. That was because if he killed a Paramount Bone Realm demonic beast, his points would instantly shoot up to first place. He set his direction and headed towards the third region. Gu Xiangming, where's that kid? Qin Jingye used his photon computer to contact people outside. This was outside the rules, but he was a prince, so who would dare check his photon computer? Your Highness, Ling Han is currently heading towards the third region, replied Gu Xiangming. On the other side, Gu Xiangming replied. In front of him was a surveillance camera, and on the screen, Ling Han could be seen walking. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards, so he naturally had the authority to check any monitor. The third region. Qin Jingye murmured, clearly very surprised. Is he courting death by going to the third region? Chen Deyang immediately asked. The four brothers were currently together. In theory, as long as they didn't team up to hunt, staying together wouldn't be breaking the rules. Perhaps he knows we're going to cause trouble for him, so he ran over there, said Chen Xingjie. Hee hee. Chen Lixing laughed coldly. How could that country bumpkin know that we all have powerful methods that can even kill a bone realm demonic beast? How could that scare us? Go after him. Teach that country bumpkin a lesson. As princes, they didn't really care about the rewards of the Sage Emperor's personal guidance. They only came to participate to show their faces in front of Qin Fengyan. After all, they had too many brothers and sisters. But when they found out that Ling Han had magically appeared on the list of participants, they were all unhappy. Who would be so daring as to put someone they'd crossed off in the list? Not for any other reason, but merely because of this, they wanted to teach Ling Han a harsh lesson. This involved their dignity. Furthermore, they wanted to please Feng Ruoxian, so they naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Surveillance cameras not to mention there were many blind spots, even if the surveillance cameras were right above their heads, they would still be able to shut them off. The four of them set off. As princes, they had powerful killing tools that even Xianyuan Dingwa and the others would covet. Thus, the third region wasn't considered a forbidden area to them. Of course, they didn't dare to go too deep. At most, they could suppress a Bone Realm demonic beast and block a Bone Realm demonic beast. The distance from the second region to the third region was quite far. Ling Han spent a full 2 hours before he reached the end of the second region. He couldn't see any other participants here. There was a canyon in front of him, and after passing through the canyon was the third region. Ling Han walked with large strides. As he walked, he keenly noticed that there was a large-scale formation here. This explained why the demonic beasts in the third region rarely appeared in the second region. They couldn't cross over. The gorge was very long. Ling Han walked for 10 minutes before he reached the end. A barren land appeared in front of him. Not a single leaf grew here, and there were only pieces of rocks placed there. Some were big, some were small, and there were several thousand of them. As Ling Han walked forward, he opened the ranking list to take a look, and saw that Hong Tianliang was actually still in first place. Was this guy on steroids? He was clearly only at the second transformation, so his strength shouldn't be that strong. How could he suppress so many fifth transformation experts? A sense of alarm arose in his heart. He couldn't help but stop and look at a boulder that looked like a crouching bull. Chapter 33:17. This rock was one of the bigger ones among the pile of rocks, but it was obviously not enough to attract Ling Han's attention. He stared at it, feeling that there was something wrong with it. Xiao, he flicked his finger, and a force shot out towards the rock. There was a muffled sound, and the rock actually stood up like a wild beast. It wasn't very tall, and only reached up to Ling Han's shoulder. However, it was about 3 meters in length, and its proportions were very uncoordinated. It had a triangular head like a crocodile's, and its mouth was especially long and sharp. When it opened its mouth slightly, it revealed jet-black teeth that looked like they were cast from gray stone. What kind of creature was this? Ling Han did not dare to be careless. The aura emitted by this monster exceeded the blood transformation realm, and it gave him a very strong pressure. Could this be considered good luck? He had encountered a ultimate Bone Realm demonic beast the moment he arrived. The rock beast stared at Ling Han. Its eyes were very small, and its eyeballs were grayish-black in color, which matched its body perfectly. Just then, it had been very difficult to recognize it even with its eyes open. All ultimate Bone Realm demonic beasts had developed intelligence. This stone beast tilted its head, as if finding it strange that this human, who was only at the blood transformation realm, dared to come here. However, the meat of the blood transformation realm should be quite delicious. It immediately moved, and with a burst of power from its 4 legs, it charged towards Ling Han. Although it had 4 short legs, its explosive speed was not slow at all. Behind it, there was a sonic boom. Pa, 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 it transmitted in all directions, and all the small rocks were sent flying. 2 times the speed of sound. Ling Han used the shuttle steps, and his figure instantly accelerated. He reached 2 times the speed of sound, retreated to the left, and then punched out towards the stone beast. Ping, the force struck, but the stone beast only trembled slightly. With a turn, it continued to charge towards Ling Han. At the ultimate bone realm, even one bone had the strength of 5 million kilograms, and demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh. Ling Han had not used his full power yet, and using about 2 million kilograms of strength would at most slow it down. How could it be injured? At least one punch was not enough. The stone beast waved its front claws, and suddenly, a terrifying power materialized and blasted towards Ling Han. After dodging a few times, Ling Han had already grasped the stone beast's attacking pulse. He circulated the demon monkey fist and struck out with a certain frequency. Pang, pang, pang. After 17 blasts of power, the stone beast's attack was finally neutralized. 3 more blasts of power continued to blast toward the stone beast, but when they struck its skin, they only produced muffled sounds. It was shaped like a stone, and its defense was very high. Ling Han was certain that this stone beast's strength had reached 3 million kilograms. Unless he activated his blood chi, he would definitely be crushed. Although his high-frequency attacks could neutralize even more powerful attacks, there was a limit to it. Secondly, it required a lot of power, which consumed a lot of energy. If he wanted to neutralize a fatal attack or deal a fatal blow, he could use frequency attacks. Otherwise, it was better not to waste his secret power. Ling Han's body flickered, focusing on dodging. He first observed the demonic beast's attack pattern, and at the same time, let it consume some of its energy. Outside the hunting grounds, in the plaza, Chen Fengyan, senior grand tutor Hong, Yang Bai, and the other important figures naturally could not stay here for 3 days. After the hunt began, they would return and only return after the competition was over. However, there were still many people here, and they were all using the optical computer to watch the progress of the competition. There was a large number of surveillance cameras in the hunting grounds, and almost everyone's movements could be captured. However, for others to watch, it was naturally impossible to capture all of them, and they could only choose one to watch. The platform provided a total of 13 viewpoints. 10 of the viewpoints were the current top 10 people, and the other 3 were random viewpoints. The people in the viewpoints were constantly changing. Is Hong Tianliang on steroids? He's already far ahead on the leaderboard. I really did not expect that a second transformation could be so fierce. As expected of that person's younger brother. Heh, it's not that he's outstanding, but that his older brother is too heaven-defying. That's why he was given such a chance. Sigh, I also want to have an older brother like that. The majority of the people were focused on the first screen. Hong Tianliang had killed yet another blood transformation realm demonic beast, and had already left the second place Xianyuan Leshui behind by 1/3 of his points. Hey, hey! Someone suddenly cried out. Quick, look at the second screen in the random channel. What's with all the fuss? Don't talk nonsense, just look. Damn! The person watching the screen immediately jumped up. What's wrong? Someone asked. Quick, look at the random channel, there's a fierce person. What fierce person? He's fighting in the 3rd region, don't you think he's fierce? Damn, really? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Immediately, many people changed the image and saw a demonic beast with a body like a gray stone fighting with a human. That's a limestone beast. It's said that when it matures, it will be in existence at the extreme bone realm. Someone recognized the demonic beast. Hey, isn't that Ling Han? Another person recognized the other side of the battle. That's right, it's that guy. He's been very fierce recently, even defeating Hu Yang. Hey, Hu Yang didn't come this time. Is it because he doesn't want to meet Ling Han? Someone laughed. Who said Hu Yang didn't come? It's just that he's keeping a low profile and hasn't made a big fuss, so you didn't notice. Oh, so that's how it is. Strange, isn't Ling Han only at the first blood transformation? Even if he has the power of a 5th transformation and can defeat Hu Yang, he shouldn't have any chance of winning against an extreme bone realm demonic beast. That's true. Even if a 5th transformation expert's blood chi surges, their strength is only about the same as an extreme bone realm demonic beast. But extreme bone realm demonic beasts can also surge their blood chi, and extreme bone realm demonic beasts have a sturdier defense. 5th transformation experts can only fight against extreme bone realm demonic beasts for a short period of time, and it's only at the first bone realm. So this limestone beast definitely hasn't matured yet. Yes, although the third region is the extreme bone realm demonic beasts area, there are still blood transformation realm demonic beasts. Damn, this man and beast are too fast. I can't even see them clearly. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the camera isn't the naked eye. After this analysis, everyone's shock quickly dissipated. They only felt that Ling Han was extremely daring to actually run into the third region. However, there were still some people who were curious and continued to stare at the screen. Furthermore, the person in charge of the camera seemed to be very interested in Ling Han and actually didn't cut off the image, allowing those people to continue watching. But because they surpassed the speed of sound, the camera was only able to capture afterimages. Only when the man and beast were in a completely still state would they be able to see a clear image. That made everyone's hearts itch. Chapter 33:18. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Ling Han had already figured out the limestone beast's attack pattern. Mobile phones were the most convenient site for data usage. In fact, the demonic beast's attacks were very simple. It didn't have any fancy tricks and focused on practicality. Ling Han didn't want to waste any more time. With his normal battle prowess, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill a paramount bone demonic beast, so he had to use some trump cards. He took out the broken sword and slashed out. Shwa! A foot-long sword chi slashed towards the limestone beast. Bang! The sword chi slashed towards the limestone beast, and a muffled sound rang out. The limestone beast's skin actually turned into stone, forming a powerful defense that completely blocked the sword chi. Huh! Ling Han was astonished. Previously, the gray crag beast had completely ignored his attacks, treating them as if they were nothing more than small fists pounding on its chest. However, this time, it had actually chosen to defend itself. This was enough to prove the might of the broken sword. This defense was quite interesting. It had actually petrified a part of its body, increasing its defense even further. Fortunately, he had forced it to use this move. Otherwise, if he had attacked with the flying sword first, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. After the attack, the limestone beast's skin immediately returned to its original state. It stared at Ling Han, or more accurately, at the broken sword in Ling Han's hand. There was a hint of fear in its eyes. It no longer charged forward, but instead began to circle around Ling Han. It seemed that this demonic beast had only been playing with him before, and hadn't taken him seriously at all. Now, it was finally taking him seriously and was going to use its full strength. Come on, Ling Han said with a smile. He slashed out with his sword. Xiao! Sword chi swept out. The limestone beast once again petrified its skin, taking the blow head-on. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a ray of black light, which shot towards Ling Han. This black light was extremely fast. Although Ling Han dodged it immediately, the corner of his clothes was still hit. The gray color spread, and his clothes became heavy. A large part of his clothes had actually turned into stone. Hiss! This demonic beast not only petrified its own skin to increase its defense, but it could also turn it into an attack to petrify its opponent as well. Ling Han forcefully tore off the piece of clothing that had turned to stone. He said to the limestone beast, "Stone beast, this ability of yours is pretty good. How about you follow me in the future and be my little brother?" Puff! The only response he got was another streak of black light from the limestone beast. Hasn't anyone told you that spitting is immoral? Ling Han laughed. Of course, he knew that although his affinity was very strong, it wasn't enough to make a demonic beast at the ultimate bone realm follow him. He gave a light shout and slashed with the broken sword in his hand. At the same time, he casually threw the small sword to the ground. It would soon become a fatal weapon. The stone rock beast's attention was completely focused on the broken sword. It wasn't a magic tool. It was extremely ordinary, so it didn't care at all. Ling Han feigned an attack from the front and slashed wildly with his broken sword. The stone rock beast also spat out black light from its mouth. As long as it touched Ling Han, it would be able to petrify him. Then, it would be able to catch up to him and crush him to death. Go! As soon as Ling Han thought of something, shoo! A small sword floated up from the ground and suddenly accelerated. In an instant, it had reached 3 times the speed of sound, so fast that it didn't even make a sound. Pooh! The small sword shot into the stone rock beast's left ear. This sword was too fast, and it happened to be in the stone rock beast's blind spot. Furthermore, there was no sound at all. The stone rock beast only noticed the flying sword when it was about to hit its ear. It was naturally impossible to dodge at this moment. The small sword was extremely sharp, and with its speed of 3 times the speed of sound, it directly pierced into the stone rock beast's head. Roar! The demonic beast instantly went berserk. Although it had suffered a fatal injury, the sword was still in its ear. With the vitality of a ultimate bone realm, it could definitely hold on for a while. It madly pounced at Ling Han. Boom! Its blood and chi were boiling. Not only did its strength skyrocket, but its speed also reached 3 times the speed of sound. Ling Han hurriedly dodged. Previously, he hadn't used the shuttle steps to its maximum, so his speed increased once again. On the other side, he used his spiritual energy and suddenly pulled. Pooh! A spray of blood spurted out, and the flying sword flew out of the stone rock beast's left ear. Pung! The stone rock beast instantly fell to the ground. Its limbs twitched violently, but it quickly stopped. Ling Han was panting heavily. With the cultivation level of the blood transformation tier, and at the first transformation at that, he had slaughtered a demonic beast of the extreme bone tier. Even if he was not the first person in history to do so, those who could accomplish such a magnificent feat were definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. As long as he used his spiritual energy well, its destructive power was no weaker than his secret power. Of course, he couldn't take it head-on. Otherwise, with Ling Han's current strength of 5 kilograms, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a normal person. He turned on his optical computer and found that his points had shot up to first place, but it was still a pitiful 0. This was probably because the people behind them were still confirming the stone rock beast's strength, so they needed some time. He wasn't in a hurry. He used the broken sword to cut open the stone rock beast. This was a ultimate bone realm demonic beast, so its meat would definitely be very nutritious. Unfortunately, there were surveillance cameras here. Ling Han didn't want to expose the secret of the spirit-nourishing gourd, so he could only take the important parts. Oh, this thing. When Ling Han cut open the stone rock beast's lower body, he found a long thing. What a long beast whip. Ling Han bared his teeth. If I eat this, it'll definitely be very nutritious. If I sell it, I'm sure many men will be willing to pay a high price. Cut it off. Although he kept cutting, the meat he cut out was still a large bag. He sighed. He had to find a blind spot in the surveillance cameras and throw the meat into the gourd. It was too stupid to carry it like this. While he was busy, the people behind him confirmed the stone rock beast's level, and his points immediately changed. Outside the hunting grounds, in the plaza. What's going on? What's going on? How did someone suddenly get to second place? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the new name that had appeared on the list. Half a day had passed, and it wasn't like the competition had just started. Killing one more or one less meridian illuminating demonic beast could cause a huge change in the rankings. Now that everyone's scores were stable, they could only surpass the rankings one by one. Ling Han. Who's Ling Han? Qin 13, you've been away from the school for too long. Don't you know that there's someone in second place? Who? You're joking, right? A monster like the Hong Tian steppe only appears once every 100 or even 1,000 years. How can there be a second place? Let's look at his score first. Apart from their names and points, everyone on the list also had their own scores. Every time they killed a demonic beast, there would be a detailed record, such as what level it was and how many points they'd earned. Unlike the others, Hong Tianliang, who was ranked first, had already killed more than 20 demonic beasts. In Ling Han's battle record, there was only one line of demonic beasts. Adult Stonerock Beast, 1 bone. 300 points. Cell phone reading is refreshing. Chapter 33-20. Chen Jingye and the others knew that Ling Han had a paramount bone-level Dharma artifact. They did not dare to be careless and took out their own Dharma artifacts. We know you have a powerful Dharma artifact. However, the more powerful the Dharma artifact, the more energy it takes to activate it. You used it to kill a paramount bone-level demonic beast. Even if you can activate it now, how long can it last? If you don't want to suffer too much, kneel down and beg for mercy. The 4 imperial princes spoke one after another, all looking down at Ling Han in a condescending manner. Ling Han laughed. Thank you for your hard work. Do you want a cup of tea? Impudent. Stubborn. Attack. The 4 princes were enraged and attacked one after another. Immediately, 4 waves of energy blasted over, filling the air with dust. The current Saint Emperor was the #1 expert in the world. Although his outstanding bloodline was inherited by the princes who were born earlier, these 4 princes were still Chen Fengyan's children. They were all at the peak of the 5 transformation realm. Waves of energy blasted out with terrifying power. Ling Han humphed, and directly raised his fist to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 of them engaged in an intense battle. Hiss, this kid's battle strength is really fierce. They say he's second in the Hongtian steps. Looks like he does have some skills. Old 99, use blood chi boil. Alright. Chen Lixing immediately activated his blood chi, increasing his battle prowess by a crazy amount. Then, he kicked at Ling Han. A strong gust of wind sliced through the air, turning into a saber-like wave. With this burst of power, Ling Han immediately felt the pressure increase. After all, he was only at the peak of the first transformation. Should he use his ultimate move? Ling Han smiled and used the flying shuttle steps. He immediately reached 2 times the speed of sound. What did it mean to have 2 times the speed of sound in the blood transformation realm? It meant that no one in the blood transformation realm could hit him unless they also had such speed. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 attacks all hit air. What? Chen Jingye and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Ling Han to have such high speed. Just based on this, Ling Han was invincible in the blood transformation realm. Although Chen Lixing's blood chi was boiling, his strength and speed had increased by leaps and bounds, he was still far from reaching 2 times the speed of sound. That should be the limit of the blood transformation realm. However, when Ling Han was in the meridian opening realm, he had also opened up all the small meridians in his body, allowing all of them to become one. That gave him even greater explosive power. Even in the blood transformation realm, he was still able to release shocking power. No matter how the 4 princes chased after him, they couldn't even touch the corner of Ling Han's clothes. Bring out a magical item. Chen Jingye gritted his teeth and took out a paperweight. It was only the size of a fist, and it radiated an ancient aura. He suddenly threw out the paperweight and it immediately enlarged, turning into a huge stone lion. Light patterns flickered all over its body, and it pressed down on Ling Han. Ling Han immediately dodged, but found that the stone lion had actually locked onto him and was pressing down on him. A terrifying pressure pressed down on him, causing Ling Han's entire body to become incomparably heavy. Let alone maintaining 2 times the speed of sound, it was difficult for him to even move a single step. Ling Han lightly shouted and slashed out with the broken sword in his hand. Xiao, the sword light slashed onto the stone lion. Instantly, a few of the light patterns dimmed, and his body lightened. Xiao, he fled out of the range of the stone lion's suppression. Peng, the stone lion landed, causing the ground to tremble. This stone was extremely heavy. Chen Jingye hurriedly waved his hand, and the stone lion immediately shrunk, turning into a ray of light that flew back into his hand. He looked carefully, and only when he found that the stone lion wasn't damaged did he let out a sigh of relief. He snorted and once again threw the stone lion out. 89th bro, let me help you. Chen Deyang also took out his magical item. His magical item looked much more ordinary. It was a long sword, and once it was activated, the blade of the sword shone like a sword of light. He slashed out with his sword. Shua, a thick and long sword chi immediately slashed towards Ling Han, actually reaching 4 times the speed of sound. This was too fast. Even if the ultimate bone realm was very close to him, it would still be impossible for him to dodge. Ling Han still slashed out with his sword to meet it. The sword chi from the broken sword was only a foot long, but its quality was extremely high. With a crack, the attacking sword chi was immediately shattered. The 4 princes all revealed expressions of shock. The broken sword in Ling Han's hand was definitely an extremely high-grade magical item. Otherwise, how could it release such a terrifying power when the blade was broken? Take him down. The 4 princes all revealed expressions of greed. Even though they were princes, they only had one magical item. Chen Xingjie and Chen Lixing also took out their magical items. One was a spear, the other a saber. Both were able to release energy at 4 times the speed of sound, possessing terrifying power. Ling Han used the broken sword to meet them, completely dispersing the incoming attacks. Even 1 against 4, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. The 4 princes couldn't accept this. Their attacks were all at the level of a bone, and yet they still couldn't suppress a blood transformation realm cultivator. However, Ling Han was clear that the magical item's attack was equivalent to the realm of a martial artist. It was just the power, not the actual power. This sounded a little confusing, but it was easy to explain. The magical item's attack was more like the flying sword that Ling Han activated with his spiritual energy. In terms of power, it was indeed very weak, but could its power be underestimated? Hence, as long as Ling Han was quick and could swing his sword at a high enough frequency, he could naturally fight 1 against 4. However, passively defending was never Ling Han's style. Without hesitation, he activated his blood chi, and his total strength instantly exploded to 4 million kilograms. Even his speed increased, reaching almost 3 times the speed of sound. Under such high speed, even Ling Han's physique vaguely felt that it couldn't bear it, and there was a sharp pain as if his body was being torn apart. With a big stride, he had already rushed in front of Chen Deyang, and punched out violently. What did it mean to be as fast as lightning? This was it. A punch that rushed over at 3 times the speed of sound was something that even a bone transformation realm martial artist would have to pay full attention to. How could a blood transformation realm martial artist block this punch even if he could only watch helplessly? Peng, Chen Deyang was instantly sent flying. Under the huge shock of the impact, he directly fainted. Ling Han turned around and attacked Chen Lixing again. Peng, with his current battle strength, it was not something that a blood transformation realm martial artist could contend with. With one blow, Chen Lixing was also sent flying and fainted. The remaining Chen Jingye and Chen Xingjie quickly activated their blood chi. Otherwise, Chen Lixing and Chen Deyang would be their role models. After their blood chi was activated, their strength was slightly higher than Ling Han's, but Ling Han's battle techniques crushed them. In a situation where their magical items could not be used, how could they be a match for Ling Han? In just a few minutes, they were all defeated by Ling Han. There was no way they could withstand Ling Han's explosive period. Ling Han thought about it and suppressed the urge to rob these 4 people. No matter how unfilial they were, these 4 people were Qin Fengyan's sons. Taking their things was equivalent to robbing the royal family. This was a huge crime. However, he definitely could not let them off just like that. Ling Han first gave the four of them a good beating. Then, he dipped his finger in some blood and drew on their faces. Chapter 33-21. After painting the faces of the four imperial princes to look like a big tabby cat, Ling Han smiled in satisfaction and swaggered off. After receiving such a lesson, these four princes would never be able to raise their heads in front of him again. Ling Han strolled through the mountains, looking for a second ultimate bone realm demonic beast. Although this was a hunting ground, demonic beasts were not everywhere. That was understandable. The third zone was the territory of ultimate bone realm demonic beasts. In theory, if they were placed in Hidden Tiger City, they could definitely form the strongest force. Even in the imperial capital, ultimate bone realm demonic beasts could be called experts. This was the same for demonic beasts. Every ultimate bone realm demonic beast occupied a large territory, and in this territory, there would only be one ultimate bone realm demonic beast. Therefore, Ling Han needed to head to another mountain. There would definitely not be another ultimate bone realm demonic beast here. Along the way, he found that his points had been left behind by Hong Tianliang again. Hong Tianliang was even catching up to the third place. At this rate, Hong Tianliang would probably only need 1 or 2 hours to surpass him. However, Ling Han did not care. Within 3 days, he only needed to kill 3 or 4 ultimate bone realm demonic beasts and he would definitely be able to rush to first place. At midnight, he finally entered the territory of another ultimate bone realm demonic beast. From time to time, he could hear the roar of a bear, causing the birds to fly. He followed the sound, and after searching for more than 20 minutes, he finally found the demonic beast. It was a black bear, but it was not very big. It was only slightly bigger than an ordinary black bear, but it was definitely a ultimate bone realm existence. The aura it exuded was too terrifying. Ling Han did not attack immediately. He could only confirm that this was a ultimate bone realm existence. As for whether it was 1 bone, 2 bone, 3 bone, or even stronger, he was not sure. After all, in a head-on battle, he could only barely match a 1-bone demonic beast. He would be crushed to death before he could even use his trump card. This black bear was also lazy. It was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. It was a tyrant in the mountains. Who dared to provoke it? Opportunity. Ling Han casually waved his hand, and multiple small swords were thrown onto the ground. Each one was a certain distance away from the other. He still had another one in his hand, and he threw it at the black bear. With the help of his mental strength, it instantly reached 4 times the speed of sound and shot towards the black bear. The target was the black bear's right eye. Xiao, 4 times the speed of sound was extremely fast. Ling Han had only just moved his hand when the small sword had almost arrived in front of the black bear. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce through its eyes, it was extremely likely that it would take the life of a paramount bone realm demonic beast with a single strike. However, at this moment, one could see how powerful the black bear was. It seemed to have sensed the danger and had already raised its right palm in front of its face to protect it. Pooh! The flying sword shot into the bear's paw, and a few drops of blood spurted out, sinking deeply into the paw. With the sharpness of this sword, as long as it didn't touch a bone, it could even pierce through an extreme bone realm expert. Unfortunately, the bones of the ultimate bone realm were harder than most metals. The flying sword was stuck in the bear's paw, unable to pierce through. Ong! The black bear let out an angry roar and put down its right paw. It stared at Ling Han, its killing intent boiling. It didn't even pull out its sword. Just like that, it moved its limbs and charged towards Ling Han. With an explosive force that was 2 times the speed of sound, its speed was astonishing. It had almost instantly charged in front of Ling Han, and a bare paw was sent flying in his direction. Pung! Ling Han took the blow head-on, but was immediately sent flying. This was the first time they had clashed, and he had not yet grasped the black bear's attack pulse. Naturally, he was unable to use the frequency of his attacks. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss, this fellow was at least a two-bone realm. The black bear had gained the upper hand in one blow, and naturally pursued fearlessly. It wanted to kill this insignificant human. Xiao, a small sword floated up and instantly completed its acceleration, stabbing towards the black bear's left ear. And almost in the next instant, another small sword floated up from the ground. Xiao, it shot towards the black bear's right eye. These two flying swords had been shot out one after another, without any buffer in between. Ling Han couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his head. The burden was too great. The black bear displayed its powerful side. With a slap of its paw, a gust of wind swept past, and the first flying sword was immediately sent flying back. Meanwhile, it lowered its head slightly, allowing the second flying sword to pass. However, this time, it wasn't so easy. The corner of its eye was still grazed, and blood immediately gushed out. But this actually provoked the black bear even more. It ignored the momentum of its charge and continued to charge towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the shuttle steps. His speed was not the slightest bit inferior to the black bear's. He caught his breath slightly. Xiao, Xiao, another two flying swords shot out one after the other, shooting towards the black bear. This time, the black bear was even more embarrassed. Under high-speed movements, it was impossible for it to quickly change its direction. Moreover, the bear paw that it had sent out had not yet been withdrawn, so it naturally couldn't sweep out again. This was the advantage of mental attacks. There was no such thing as a technique that was too old. As long as it was strong enough, it could be used continuously. The black bear could only lower its head and try its best to avoid being hit in the vitals. At this time, it finally realized that something was wrong and stopped its rampage. However, because of inertia, it was still charging forward. Xiao, Xiao, another two flying swords shot out. The black bear let out an angry roar. Immediately, its blood qi boiled, and it forcefully increased its strength. It swung out two paws. Pa, pa, the two flying swords were once again slapped away. However, the fatal blow was only now truly unleashed. The last two flying swords floated up and shot towards the black bear. Pu, Piu. The black bear could no longer parry. One of the two flying swords shot through its left eye, and the other pierced through its right ear. Both of them were aimed directly at its brain. Even an ultimate bone realm demonic beast couldn't withstand such an attack. It immediately howled in pain and its body collapsed with a loud bang. Ling Han let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He felt like his entire body was about to collapse. Although he had used less than 10 seconds to kill a demonic beast that was at least two bone realm, in reality, he had already used up all his trump cards. If the last two flying swords didn't succeed, then it would be his turn to flee. Most importantly, from the moment he shot out the first flying sword and the black bear began its pursuit, this bear demon had already fallen into Ling Han's trap. At such a high speed, it was impossible for it to stop in time. My mental strength is still too weak. I've only shot out 9 swords consecutively, and there was even a 1 or 2 second gap in between, but my brain feels like it's about to explode. Ling Han began to summarize the battle and what he had done wrong. Mental strength is really an important combat strength that has been neglected. He nodded. If he hadn't developed the magical use of telekinesis, even if his blood qi was boiling, he could only match a bone realm demonic beast, and that was only for a short 10 minutes. Bear paw, bear paw. After resting for a while, he jumped up, and the corners of his mouth were almost dripping with saliva. Now that he had cultivated physical skills, his requirements for food were naturally higher. He needed to have a high amount of energy, and the meat of a ultimate bone realm bear was naturally the best. Chapter 33-22. In the square. At the same time, those who were paying attention to the rankings immediately noticed that the first place had quietly changed. Ling Han's battle record had only increased by one, and that was killing a black bear. However, it was in existence at the second level of the Extremity Bone Realm. In an instant, his score had risen by 400 points, and he had rushed to first place. Another Extreme Bone Realm being was killed. This person's battle prowess was too terrifying. The day hadn't even ended, and he had already killed 2 Extreme Bone demonic beasts. If he could maintain this efficiency for the next few days, he would definitely be number 1. What kind of supreme artifact does this kid have? He's actually so powerful. That shouldn't be the case. There are many people who are more powerful than his family. In terms of the power of the celestial devices, he shouldn't be ranked first. Strange. Everyone sighed with emotion. This dark horse really didn't play cards according to common sense. After directly killing his way to second place, just as he was about to fall to third place, he suddenly made a huge leap and rushed to first place. Looking at Hong Tianliang, who was in second place, he had 200 points less than Ling Han. The difference was already very, very big. In the hunting ground, after seeing Ling Han's points skyrocket, many experts changed their minds and set their sights on the third zone. If he continued to mingle around in the second region, the difference would only grow bigger and bigger. Bam Hong Tianliang also saw the changes in the rankings. He was so angry that he kicked down a huge tree. He clenched his fists and revealed an incomparably furious expression. In his opinion, he'd been reborn from the ashes and had been reborn, and it wasn't something that Ling Han could compare to. So he didn't take Ling Han seriously, and he felt that so long as he made a move, he would be able to defeat Ling Han and reclaim the essence nurturing gourd. Everything was going according to the script, until not long ago. Ling Han had actually killed an Extreme Bone Realm demonic beast. This bastard. Relying on the might of his magic tool, how shameless could he be? You're too shameless. Can't you just rely on your abilities? With large strides, he had already passed through the gorge, following the traces left behind by Ling Han. His optical computer suddenly received a message with Ling Han's coordinates written on it. Who sent it? Hong Tianliang was surprised. Here, everyone's photon computers could only log onto one platform to check the scoreboard. Who could send him a message? Unless it was someone from the outside. He was trying to decide whether it was true or not. Not to mention that she had led him astray. He looked at the marks on the ground and compared them to the coordinates. He felt that it should be real. Perhaps there was someone who had a grudge against Ling Han and wanted to use him to suppress them. Forget it. He really had to find Ling Han as soon as possible and turn him into a retard so that he could forget about hunting for the next 2 days. After a while, he received another message. It was still Ling Han's coordinates, but there was a slight change. This meant that Ling Han was also moving. Hong Tianliang hurried on with all his might. 20 minutes later, he had already arrived at the latest coordinates. He carefully poked his head out to take a look, only to see Ling Han sitting on a rock and barbecuing meat. Obviously, he had stopped here for dinner. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. He could not help but salivate. He was hungry. On the other end of the monitor, Gu Xiangming smiled coldly. He had drawn another strong enemy for Ling Han. He wanted to see how Ling Han would defeat this opponent. Ling Han was barbecuing meat. Of course, he had to eat when he was hungry. His back was facing Hong Tianliang, but his divine will could cover an area of 10 meters around him. In this area, there was nothing he did not know. He had met an old friend. He smiled and said, "You must be hungry after fighting for a day. Let's eat something together." Hong Tianliang was startled. He had been discovered by Ling Han. He then smiled and strode out. He was full of confidence in his own strength. So what if he was discovered? He had never intended to ambush him from behind. It was beneath him to do so. Hong Tianliang walked to Ling Han's side and moved a large rock to sit down. He said, it smells good. Of course. They were barbecuing a black bear's paw, which was the most essential part. Secondly, this was the meat of a paramount bone realm demonic beast. Not long later, the bear paw started to ooze with golden oil. Just looking at it was enough to make one salivate. Come. Ling Han gave half to Hong Tianliang. Hong Tianliang did not hesitate and took a bite. Although it was hot enough to make an ordinary person's mouth swell, it was nothing for a blood transformation realm cultivator. Delicious, he praised. It's a pity there's no wine. Ling Han smiled. Aren't you afraid that I'll poison the meat? I trust you. You won't be so despicable, Hong Tianliang said calmly. Ling Han spread his hands and said, Did you see me eat it? This, Hong Tianliang could not help but put down the bear paw and looked at Ling Han in shock. Did this guy really dig a hole for him? He thought about how Ling Han had defeated Hu Yang 3 times. The first 2 times were not glorious victories. Ling Han chuckled, and began to take big bites. He said, I was just joking with you. Fuck. Hong Tianliang really wanted to curse. This joke was not funny at all. He panted a few times. He did not know if he should continue eating or not eat in a fit of pique. Just eat. You'll only have the strength to fight if you're full, Ling Han advised as he ate. That was a logic too. Hong Tianliang continued eating. He thought to himself that Ling Han had tricked him. He would definitely give him a few more punches later. But because he had invited him to eat meat, he might as well go easy on him. As he ate, Ling Han took out a bottle, poured out a pill, and threw it into his mouth. What medicine? Hong Tianliang asked casually. Oh, to stop diarrhea, Ling Han also replied casually. Stop diarrhea? Hong Tianliang was surprised. When a martial artist cultivated to the blood transformation realm, their life level would have a huge leap. It was basically impossible for them to get sick. Diarrhea was naturally the same. Ling Han nodded and pointed at the bear paw. I put a laxative here. Of course it has to stop diarrhea. Pfft. Hong Tianliang instantly spurted out. You fucking tricked me. He coughed continuously, wishing he could vomit out everything he had eaten. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. If he defecated in front of everyone, how would he have the face to see others in the future? You really are not humorous at all. I already said I was joking with you. Ling Han sighed. Ling Han. Hong Tianliang could not bear it anymore. He jumped up and pointed at Ling Han. No, he wanted to beat him up. He wanted to beat him up immediately. Ling Han waved his hand. Wait. Wait for what? Hong Tianliang asked. Wait for me to finish eating, Ling Han said casually. Fuck. Hong Tianliang roared. You really played me like a monkey. He rushed out, his hands turning into claws. Show, 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 he struck out with a terrifying force. Ling Han could not help but laugh. You even learned a new technique. This claw technique was clearly not the technique that Hong Tianliang was used to before. His hands actually turned pure black and were enveloped by a layer of mysterious energy. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 33-24. Bullshit. Hong Tianliang couldn't help but curse. He was confident that he was undefeatable in the blood transformation realm, but Long Chen actually said there were 3 ways to defeat him. First, Ling Han used the flying shuttle steps and instantly shot to twice the speed of sound. Under such high speed, even with his blood qi surging, Hong Tianliang was still unable to touch even the corner of his clothes. After flying at high speed for 3 minutes, Ling Han stopped and asked, "How was it?" Hong Tianliang was speechless. He hadn't expected Ling Han to be able to explode with such high speed and even maintain it. If that was the case, Ling Han would definitely be able to last past his explosive period and make him waste his trump card. That was what he was thinking, but his claw didn't stop and once more slashed at Ling Han. Second, Ling Han said. His blood qi also began to surge, and he threw out a punch. Bang! The terrifying power collided and Hong Tianliang was instantly sent flying, his fingers twisting like a fried dough twist. My strength was originally meant to crush you. Ling Han's secret energy was even stronger than Hong Tianliang's, and with his blood qi surging, his secret energy had increased by 3 times, further increasing the gap between them. So if Hong Tianliang fought him head-on, he would only be asking for trouble, or even seeking his own death. Peng! Hong Tianliang fell to the ground, and he felt as if his confidence had fallen to the bottom of the valley along with him, shattered into pieces. He was confident that he had cultivated a special technique that allowed him to dominate the blood transformation realm. But in front of Ling Han, this seemingly invincible technique couldn't even withstand a single blow. As for the third, I feel like I should keep it a bit. There's no need to use it on you, said Ling Han. The third technique was of course his mental energy. The 9 flying swords were Ling Han's trump card. They could even kill peak bone realm experts, let alone second transformation blood transformation realm experts. Of course, strictly speaking, he still had a 4th technique, and that was formations. In the future, it would become Ling Han's second trump card, but he wouldn't reveal it for now. Hong Tianliang released a sorrowful laugh. He really hadn't thought that he would still be inferior to Ling Han after suffering so much in the past few months, and almost dying a few times. Only then did his strength obtain such a huge boost. Who would have thought that he would still be inferior to Ling Han? He didn't care about what Ling Han's third move was. In his opinion, it should be a magic weapon. Since it was able to kill an extreme bone realm warrior, it would naturally be able to suppress him. In fact, he also had a powerful magic tool, but if he relied on it to defeat Ling Han, he would not be able to regain his confidence. Moreover, Ling Han also had an artifact. If they were to fight, he might not necessarily win. Lost again. Hong Tianliang climbed up and walked back the way he came. His body was really desolate. Ling Han sighed. He really wanted to advise everyone not to take him as a target to surpass and compare with. Otherwise, they would only be beaten badly. In the outside world, exclamations of surprise resounded all over as well. This result was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that Ling Han would actually be so ferocious, defeating Hong Tianliang like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood? As expected of the second Hong Tian step. Do you guys think that in the future, Ling Han will be able to fight for the position of the #1 genius of Hong Tian step martial art? That is absolutely impossible. Hong Tian step is a heaven-suppressing monster, and there is only one of him in the world. That's true. Ling Han has only defeated Hong Tianliang. He is still too far away from that person. Let's not talk about anything else. That person is already at the 3rd level of the extreme bone realm. It is said that his battle strength is comparable to an inscription realm. What kind of concept is that? If he really met Hong Tian's step, he would be able to crush Ling Han with a single finger. Everyone had reached a consensus. That was that Ling Han could not match up to Hong Tian's step. He did not even have the qualifications to be compared to him. Ling Han found a surveillance blind spot and entered the spirit-nourishing gourd. He had a good sleep and absorbed the energy from the gourd to improve his body in all aspects, especially his mental energy. Ling Han now had high hopes for it. A night passed, and Ling Han came out of the gourd. He did not cultivate. His secret power had already reached the peak of the first transformation. What he needed now was to stabilize his realm. There was no more room for improvement. He continued to search for ultimate bone realm demonic beasts. Although he was currently ranked first, without any continuous increase in points, he would still be overtaken by others. Half a day later, he found the third ultimate bone realm demonic beast. It was a goat, but it had a single black horn. Its entire body was covered in long silver fur, and it looked majestic. Ling Han exchanged blows with it, but he was utterly defeated. He did not even have the chance to summon his flying sword before he fled in a sorry state. He even had to use blood chi seething. The goat chased for a few minutes before it gave up and turned around to return. Fuck, this goat was at least a 3-bone existence. It was too strong. That black bear was 2-bone, and it was already extremely difficult to kill. 3-bone would definitely be even harder to kill. Just leave like that? Ling Han shook his head. He had made a decision. Break through to the second transformation. After breaking through to the second transformation, there would definitely be an increase in his strength. His secret power and stamina would change very little, but he would open up the upper limit for further improvement. However, his spiritual power would skyrocket. Come on, after these few battles, Ling Han also felt that his realm was sufficiently stable. He found a surveillance blind spot, entered the spirit nurturing gourd, and began to break through to the second transformation. This was an increase in the level of life. Ling Han discovered that there seemed to be countless chains in his body, and the increase in his realm was to break these chains, thereby achieving a leap in the level of life. He found a chain and began to break it. Very quickly, he tore the chain apart, but this was not enough to complete the second transformation. Thus, he continued to tear off the next chain. Clang, clang, clang. A loud sound came from his body, and the chain fell off, releasing his life force and rushing to a higher level. During this process, his life force source was also being rapidly consumed. Ling Han hurriedly consumed the vermilion fruit to strengthen his life force, so that he could sustain this consumption. The chains on his body continued to struggle free, and the level of his life continued to rise. The number of vermilion fruits also continued to decrease. After Ling Han had consumed 7 vermilion fruits, the momentum of his charge finally slowed down. The second transformation. Next, he would have to accumulate for a long time before he could welcome the eruption and continue to improve his level of life. In terms of strength, Ling Han had a slight increase, but this was only opening up the upper limit. However, his spiritual power had a significant improvement, and this was closely related to his level of life. He took out the gourd and began to experiment. Xiao, the flying sword shot out at an incredible speed. 5 times the speed of sound. Ling Han's eyes lit up, and then he threw it out with his hand again. Using his psychic power to accelerate, this time, it reached 5 times the speed of sound. Although it was only 5 times the speed of sound, it was already very, very difficult to increase such a high speed by more than 10%. Go fight. Ling Han charged back excitedly. This time, he was definitely going to overturn that goat and roast it whole. Chapter 33-25. A good story. In the outside world, everyone was still fervently discussing the matter of Ling Han being run over by that 3-bone mountain goat yesterday. They hadn't seen Ling Han's shadow for almost a whole day. This guy couldn't have been seriously injured, right? Hong Tianliang was no longer in the mood to compete, and his points hadn't changed at all. He dropped to 5th place, and 2nd place was only a few points away from Ling Han. He just needed to kill one more demon beast and he'd surpass him. Could it be that the top 2 were going to leave the stage in such a dramatic fashion? At this time, everyone saw Ling Han appear on the screen once more. He's here again. Oh, this fellow looks a bit different. Hiss, look at his blood chi. Everyone was shocked to find that Ling Han's blood chi was extremely unstable. It was purple with a hint of black. It was obvious he'd just broken through. Heavens, he's broken through to the second transformation. Someone finally realized. What, is he crazy? He's breaking through here? To forcefully break through like that, let alone the dangerous environment. How could he have the life treasure fruit with him? Isn't he just courting death? He's really going all out. Look at his path, he's clearly trying to find that three-bone goat. In order to win, he's even willing to risk his life. What's the point of doing this? He's injured his foundation. What future does he have? After all, he's from the mountains. It's understandable that he'll ignore the bigger picture for the sake of his immediate benefits. Whatever, there's no need to pay attention to this person in the future. He'll quickly be surpassed by others. Don't even say he's second in the Hong Tianliang steps. He's not worthy at all. Although that was what they said, they were still watching Ling Han challenge that demonic goat. Ling Han's using a mysterious enchanted item again. I can't even see it clearly. I can only see a flash of light. The demon goat's been hit in the vitals. It's been hit again. Heavens, that demon goat's fallen. Everyone wanted to cry out in shock. You've crossed a minor realm, and your upper limit of defeating a bone-tier beast has also risen by a level. How could such a thing happen? It had to be known that advancing a minor realm in the extreme bone realm was not something that advancing a minor realm in the blood transformation realm could compare to. However, Ling Han had overturned everyone's understanding and created a miracle. I have to say, although this kid's future is bleak, he still has the battle strength of the extreme bone stage. In the future, he can be considered a character, someone said with a sigh. In the capital, what does the paramount bone realm count for? Someone immediately sneered. In just a short while, Ling Han's points were refreshed. He had gained 500 points in one go. Now, there was only half a day left until the 3-day deadline. No matter how hard the second place worked, it would be impossible for him to obtain 500 points. Therefore, the outcome was already set. On the other side, Ling Han also began to clean up the mess. He had just broken through and opened the upper limit of his physical strength. He needed this kind of high-energy meat to nourish himself. Roast whole lamb. This demon goat was huge, comparable to a ferocious tiger. It took a lot of time to roast it, which made Ling Han reminisce about the time when he was still in the origin world. Back then, he could casually create a divine flame with just a press of his hand. Roasting a goat was an easy task. After more than 2 hours, the demon goat was finally roasted, and its fragrance filled the air. Ling Han's index finger moved, and he immediately began to wolf it down. His appetite was now shockingly large. After eating for half an hour, there was only a small half of the demon goat left. Finding a blind spot in the surveillance, Ling Han put away the rest of the lamb and hurried back. He was definitely first, so he could naturally go back. However, halfway there, the sun just happened to be rising, so he naturally stopped and began to cultivate. He didn't breathe in or spit out a trace of purple qi. It seemed that cultivating in the wilderness and mountains was not enough. He still had to go to a specific place. Half an hour later, he continued on his way. He hadn't even walked out of the hunting grounds when the 3-day deadline was up. The AI sent out a notification, informing everyone that the hunt had ended and the point rankings were locked. No more hunting would increase their points. As Ling Han walked out, he saw a few people one after another, all of whom were heading towards the exit. Ling Han. Xianyuan Dingwa leaped over and punched Ling Han in the chest, saying, "Brat, you've really hidden your strength well. You've managed to get first place without making a sound." Ling Han smiled slightly. "It's luck." "Luck my ass. You call killing 3 paramount bone demonic beasts luck?" Xianyuan Dingwa ridiculed. "Although I also have an artifact, it's only comparable to a bone demonic beast. It would be difficult to suppress it, let alone kill it." Keep it up, keep it up." Ling Han patted his shoulder. "You're blatantly showing off," Xianyuan Dingwa pointed out. However, he wasn't too jealous. Although he didn't have the chance to receive personal guidance from the Sage Emperor, his father was still an engravement realm cultivator. It was enough to guide him to the paramount bone realm. On the other hand, forming a relationship with a monster like Ling Han would be of great help to him in the future. Perhaps it would allow him to stand out in the Shenyuan family. The two walked side by side. When they arrived at the plaza, they saw that 1/3 of the crowd had already returned. On the high platform, the sage emperor Chen Fengyan, senior tutor Hong, and Yang Bai were already waiting. The crowd entered the plaza and stood there obediently, waiting for Chen Fengyan to personally announce the results of the competition. After another half an hour, Chen Fengyan stood up. We announce that the first place of this grand hunting competition is Ling Han. Although everyone already knew this result, hearing it from Chen Fengyan's own mouth still made their hearts tremble. Clap, clap, clap. Senior tutor Hong and Yang Bai were the first to applaud. Even the two of them were clapping. Who would dare not clap with them? Immediately, the plaza erupted with enthusiastic applause. The sage emperor had personally announced it, senior tutor Hong, and the grand tutor had taken the lead in applauding. How stirring was this? Many people said in their hearts that they had to work hard next year to become a glorious figure like Ling Han. Chen Fengyan pressed his hands together, indicating for the crowd to stop. We are very gratified. All of you, he had just started when he suddenly stopped, raising his head to look at the western sky. The crowd did not understand. What was going on with the sage emperor? They couldn't help but look over, but the sky in the west was clear. There wasn't a single cloud or bird in the sky. What was the sage emperor looking at? Your Majesty. Senior tutor Hong walked over and called out in a small voice. They could not leave everyone here, could they? Chen Fengyan waved his hand, and senior tutor Hong immediately shut his mouth obediently. In Xianbei country, Chen Fengyan had supreme authority. Anyone in front of him could only listen obediently. After a while, Xiao, a figure shot over from afar. With a single leap, it was more than 100 zhang. His speed was astonishing. He must have reached 4 times the speed of sound. Xiao, this figure leapt and landed on the high platform. All the guards drew their swords at the same time. Who was so bold as to challenge the sage emperor? Your Majesty. The newcomer cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Fengyan. Heaven-traversing marshal. Everyone exclaimed. This newcomer was actually one of the 4 marshals, the heaven-traversing marshal. But this elite below the sage emperor was actually covered in wounds and drenched in blood. What had happened? Chapter 33-26. A beautiful romance. The heaven-traversing commander was one of the few engravement realm elites, but he was covered in wounds and looked incredibly pathetic. What was going on? Who in the world could injure him to such an extent? Tang Yu and the other descendants of the heaven-traversing commander cried out in shock. He was the pillar of the Tang family. Once he fell, the Tang family's glory would be gone as well. Minister Tang, what powerful enemy did you encounter? Chen Fengyan asked gently. Your Majesty, it was a demonic rat, the heaven-traversing commander said with a bow. The people in the world only knew that the Saint Emperor was the strongest elite, but powerful people like them knew that they were worlds apart from the Saint Emperor. In front of Chen Fengyan, he only wanted to worship him. Chen Fengyan hummed in acknowledgement. Tell me the details. Yes. The heaven-traversing commander nodded and said, I was ordered to clear out the demonic beast that destroyed the village. 2 days ago, I finally encountered it, but when I led my troops to fight against it, I suffered heavy losses. He had a sorrowful expression. The 3,000 elite troops I led were all killed. To report the demonic rat's strength to Your Majesty, I escaped. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Chen Fengyan's expression was slightly dark. 3,000 elite troops had been killed, and his heart ached. When they heard the heaven-traversing commander's words, everyone was shocked. The one that defeated the heaven-traversing commander was a demonic beast. Hiss, what demonic beast was so daring that it dared to commit murder in Xianbei country? But it was so powerful. That was the heaven-traversing commander. Minister Tang, you don't have to blame yourself. You're not in the wrong, Chen Fengyan said and looked to the west. Also, we'll be able to take revenge soon. What? The heaven-traversing commander could not help but turn his head to look. He saw a black shadow moving through the sky. It was a huge rat that was about the size of a normal person. It flew over like a ray of light, and it did not rise or fall at all. Fly, fly. A demonic rat that could fly. He did not see that it had wings, so why could it fly? Hiss, this was because its realm had reached an indescribable level, and it could fly with its physical body. Gagga. The mouse let out a strange laugh. So, the so-called emperor is here. Ling Han's heart trembled. This was indeed the demonic rat that had escaped from the formation. Compared to that day, it was unknown how many times stronger it was. After escaping from its weakened state, it was so powerful that it made people despair. Even an enlightening realm cultivator has such strength? How dare you! Senior Tutor Hong and Yang Bai immediately shouted. Two insignificant people who are only in the engravement realm dare to be so impudent in front of Lord Rat, the rat said coldly. What heaven-traversing commander! You really know how to boast shamelessly. You were slapped to the ground by Lord Rat's claw. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to use him as a guide to get rid of all of you, do you really think that trash like you can escape from Lord Rat's hands? His hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. This demonic rat was clearly targeting the sacred emperor. What kind of confidence was this? It didn't even place the sacred emperor in its eyes. But if what it said was true, then even the heaven-traversing commander was not its match. Just how powerful was this rat? It might really be able to fight against the sacred emperor. Senior Tutor Hong and Yang Bai did not reveal any expressions of fear because Chen Fengyan was standing behind them. In everyone's hearts, there was a belief that as long as their sacred emperor was present, he could suppress everything. You've seen His Majesty, why aren't you bowing? Senior Tutor Hong said coldly. Ha ha ha, you're just a child in the enlightening realm. Are you worthy of Lord Rat bowing? The demonic rat laughed loudly, its face full of disdain. How dare you! Senior Tutor Hong charged over, his blood boiling. He knew that his strength was definitely not as good as the demonic rat, so he had to use his full strength. Not only that, but he also took out a sword. Light patterns flickered, and sword chi surged. Sigh, this planet has really declined. It was so powerful in the past. What a pity, what a pity. The rat clicked its tongue as it casually waved its front claw. Pa, there was no flash of light, but Senior Tutor Hong was sent flying. Sigh, this world has been suppressed too much. So many days have passed, and Lord Rat's strength has not even recovered 1/10,000th. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and they were completely speechless. Senior Tutor Hong was an engravement realm expert, but he was actually not a match for the rat. What was even more shocking was that the rat hadn't even used his full strength. Heavens, just how terrifying was this rat at its strongest state? For the first time, everyone had doubts in their hearts. Could the sacred emperor defeat this rat? It wasn't that the sacred emperor wasn't strong enough, but that the demonic rat was too terrifying. Do you also want to be sent flying by Lord Rat? The demonic rat looked at Yang Bai and grinned, revealing two large incisors. Yang Bai snorted, but he didn't retreat even half a step. Hee, Lord Rat's ears have grown tired of hearing these days. What invincible sacred emperor! What peerless within the sacred emperor universe! Lord Rat will show you today that even the so-called sacred emperor can only crawl beneath Lord Rat's feet. The demonic rat was extremely arrogant. It released its own aura, and it was like a raging wave that rushed in all directions. This aura was incomparably terrifying, and even Yang Bai's body trembled, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. If even someone as strong as Yang Bai was like this, then there was no need to mention the others. Everyone in the plaza knelt on the ground. It had to be known that these people were all pillars of Xianbei state, but they were unable to withstand a single aura from the demonic rat. What did this mean? A single demonic rat could sweep through Xianbei state. Ling Han was also unable to stand. This pressure was too terrifying, but how could he possibly kneel to a rat demon? His body fell backwards, and he sat on the ground. Just as Yang Bai was unable to endure any longer, and his spine was about to bend, a hand reached out from behind and pressed down on his shoulder. Instantly, a wave of energy circulated, allowing him to once again straighten his back. "Your Majesty." Yang Bai was so moved that he was about to cry. Chen Fengyan nodded. "Yang Bai, go to the side and rest." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Bai replied respectfully. He naturally knew that he was completely no match for this rat demon. He couldn't even match its aura, and if he tried to help, he would only be dragging Chen Fengyan down. Huh? The rat demon revealed a look of surprise, and stared at Chen Fengyan. How can a mere enlightened state rival Lord Rat's aura? Unless you're not at the enlightened state. This is my land, and you've harmed my people. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Chen Fengyan said indifferently, as if he wasn't facing an indescribably powerful great demon, but an extremely ordinary demon beast. Ha ha ha, shameless boasting, truly shameless boasting. The rat demon laughed loudly. Chen Fengyan leapt up, his speed indescribable, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the rat demon, as if he had been standing there all along. Bang! Chen Fengyan's fist blasted out, and the rat demon was sent flying. One punch, done. Fuck. Chapter 33-28. He'd killed it without any hesitation. This demon rat's strength completely crushed the four marshals. Although he didn't know what the life core realm was, it was definitely above the enlightenment realm. Chen Fengyan hadn't even considered the fact that such an expert had willingly submitted to him. It had to be said that this heavenly emperor was truly magnanimous. Killing my people? Who cares how strong you are? This was a kind of attitude. The Black North nation couldn't be offended, and the people couldn't be touched. Otherwise, a debt of blood would be paid in blood. Quite a few people were so moved that they started crying. To have such a heavenly emperor, what more could they ask for? Your Majesty. Heavenly Emperor. Spontaneously, at least 90% of the people knelt down and prostrated themselves before this heavenly emperor. Chen Fengyan raised his hand, motioning for the crowd to rise. Ling Han, come with me. Ling Han nodded, and similarly gave this saint emperor a thumbs up in his mind. Previously, when he saw the pathetic performance of Chen Xingjie and the others, he had also looked down on Chen Fengyan slightly. But now, he understood that the dragon indeed had 9 sons, and each one was different. He leaped forward and followed behind Chen Fengyan. Chen Fengyan didn't bring him to the palace. Instead, he led him into the mountains, to a secluded area. Those improved secret power pills and energy recovery pills were all you're doing? Chen Fengyan didn't mention teaching Ling Han martial techniques, but instead asked about something completely unrelated. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, but then he remembered that Chen Fengyan was the ruler of the Black North nation. Some things could be hidden from others, but how could they be hidden from him? Besides, this wasn't a bad thing. Ling Han nodded. I do have some accomplishments in the Tao of Alchemy. Not just the Tao of Alchemy, right? Chen Fengyan smiled and pointed at Ling Han. Ling Han chuckled. He knew that he couldn't hide the Heavenly Emperor's knowledge of the Tao of Alchemy, so he readily admitted it. Very good, very good. Chen Fengyan smiled. If it's just cultivation talent, then you can only reap the benefits yourself. But to improve the Tao of Alchemy is a great contribution. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Ling Han cupped his hands in greeting. This Saint Emperor's strength was unfathomable. In this world where strength reigned supreme, he was indeed worthy of his respect. Of course, respect did not mean awe. He would never fear anyone. Chen Fengyan took 2 steps forward and said, "Originally, I only planned to teach you one martial skill. However, since you have contributed so much, if I were to only teach you one martial skill, it would seem that this emperor is too petty." Ling Han's skin was extremely thick as he said, "Then your majesty can reward me with some treasured fruits. It would be best if they are of the life attribute." Chen Fengyan glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. "You really aren't polite at all. Your majesty is magnanimous and cares for the world." "I'm just stating my needs truthfully," Ling Han said. Chen Fengyan shook his head. "It's best to walk the path of cultivation on your own. Don't always think of shortcuts. Besides, sometimes experiencing some hardships and setbacks is also beneficial." If he didn't want to give it to him, then so be it. Why did he have to lecture him? Ling Han ridiculed in his heart, but of course he wouldn't say it out loud. Chen Fengyan thought about it and said, "All right, this emperor will tell you about the path of cultivation." "Ah, you're not teaching me any martial skills?" Ling Han was startled at first, but he was not disappointed. That was because, judging from Chen Fengyan's tone, only imparting a single martial arts technique was stingy. Then the path of cultivation that he spoke of should be much more valuable than a single martial arts technique. "Please enlighten me, Your Majesty," he said respectfully. Chen Fengyan paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. "Let's talk about the martial skill first." He casually made a grabbing motion, and a raging flame immediately rose from his hand. With another press, the flames disappeared and were replaced by ice. With another flip, his entire hand had turned into metal. Ling Han was astonished. In this entire process, he had not discovered that Chen Fengyan had used any kind of martial arts technique. Or, in other words, Chen Fengyan had only used one kind of martial arts technique all along, so why had he drawn out flames, frost, and even turned his hand into metal? Do you want to know why? Chen Fengyan smiled. Ling Han nodded and said, "Yes." Chen Fengyan looked at the sky and said leisurely, "In this world, other than secret power, there are other powers. These powers are of a higher level, and you can't obtain them through cultivation. For example, this flame, this ice, and so on." "Then how do I use it?" Ling Han asked. He had seen Hong Tianliang use some kind of mysterious black energy. In terms of power alone, this energy wasn't strong, but in terms of destructive power, this energy was terrifying. Similarly, there were artifacts. They didn't rely on power to win, but the energy they shot out had extremely terrifying destructive power, and thus achieved the effect of tearing apart defenses. "Telekinesis," Chen Fengyan said. "This kind of high-level energy can only be drawn by telekinesis." Ling Han was stunned. So this energy was drawn by telekinesis. That artifact. The formation patterns on artifacts could also have a similar effect. Not bad. The Tao of formations required spiritual energy, and the formation patterns on artifacts and the Tao of formations were of the same origin. You can refine pills and set up formations, which means that you have already cultivated spiritual energy and have the foundation to use this kind of energy. Chen Fengyan continued, "However, if you want to use this kind of energy, you need to master the corresponding diagram. Flame energy corresponds to flame spirit map. Frost energy corresponds to frost spirit map. As far as I know, there are a total of 36 spirit maps. However, the number of high-level energy should be far more than that. You have improved the pill formula, and have contributed to the world. I will pass you 2 spirit maps. Which 2 do you want?" He briefed Ling Han a little. Among the high-level energy, there were energy similar to the 5 elements, lightning energy, and pure destructive energy. The amount of energy exceeded the energy system in the Yuan world. Of course, Ling Han wanted to master all the energy, but he knew that it was unrealistic. After thinking for a while, he said, "I want to learn the metal spirit map and the stone spirit map." Chen Fengyan revealed a look of approval and said, "The metal energy is invincible, while the stone energy is more inclined towards defense. One for offense, one for defense. You have made the right choice. Letting Ling Han choose the spirit map was actually a kind of test. Chen Fengyan shook his right hand, and 2 jade plates appeared in his hand. No one saw where he took them out from. A spatial artifact, right? Yes, he was a dignified Saint Emperor, so it was normal for him to have a spatial artifact. Stick the jade plate on your forehead and use your psychic power to activate it, Chen Fengyan said as he handed the jade plate over. He thought that he was giving the jade plate to him, but looking at Chen Fengyan's expression, it was obvious that he was going to take it back. All right. Ling Han stuck the jade plate on his forehead and used his psychic power to touch it. Instantly, countless symbols appeared in his mind. He clearly didn't recognize any of them, but he seemed to be able to understand them. This was a method of communication, and the object of communication was precisely the high-level energy. However, this kind of energy couldn't be touched by the physical body, so it had to be communicated with psychic power. Instantly, countless insights appeared in Ling Han's mind. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.